여러분 안녕하세요. 2022 세계 한국어학자 대회에 오신 것을 환영합니다. Good morning everyone. Welcome to 2022 World Korean Language Scholars Conference. 저는 고려대학교에 있는 장경준입니다. 여러분을 뵙게 돼서 무척 반갑습니다. I am Jang Kyung-jun at Korea University, and I am very glad to see you here and online. 이제 개회사를 듣도록 하겠습니다. Now it's time to opening address. 대회 총괄 조직위원장이신 이관규 교수님을 모시겠습니다. Let me introduce Professor Lee Kwan-gyu, the chairman of the organizing committee of this conference.
지금부터 2022 세계 한국어학자대회를 시작하겠습니다. 이번 학술대회는 11개국에서 27명의 외국 대학의 소속 교수님들과 그 다음에 70여 명의 국내 대학의 교수님들이 참여를 해주셨습니다. 어제 워크숍에 이어서 오늘부터 이제 3일 동안 시작이 되는데 연 인원 1000명 정도 대면 및 비대면으로 참여할 것으로 예상하고 있습니다. 훌륭한 논문을 발표해 주시고 또 토론도 해주시는 여러분들께, 그리고 무엇보다도 열정적인 마음으로 대면 비대면으로 참여해 주시는 분들께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 특별히 기조 발제를 맡아주시고 축사도 해주시는 제임스 마틴 교수님, 그리고 축사를 또 해주시는 국립국원의 장소원 원장님, 그리고 이렇게 멋진 장소를 허락해 주시고 또 축사도 해주시고 여러 가지 각종 지원을 해주신 고려대학교 정진택 총장님께도 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 원래 이 대회는 3년 전부터 기획이 됐었습니다. 코로나19라고 하는 전염병이 이 대회를 가로막았지만 우리는 결국 이렇게 감격스러운 대회 문을 활짝 열게 되었습니다. 이번 학술대회는 특히 한국의 6개 학술단체에서 공동으로 준비하였습니다. 한국어학회, 한국어의미학회, 한국문법교육학회, 고려대 한국어문교육연구소, 그리고 서울대 국어연구소가 힘을 합했습니다. 회장님들 이하 임원들, 그리고 실무진 선생님들께 감사의 마음을 전합니다. 이번 2022 세계 한국어학자대회는 언어, 기능, 그리고 사용이라는 전체 주제를 갖고 열립니다. 우리는 이번 대회를 통하여 한국어 화자들이 사용하는 담화, 텍스트의 특징을 반영한 새로운 문법 체계를 성립한다라는 궁극적인 목표를 가지고 있습니다. 구체적으로는 기능주의 언어학의 유용성을 탐색하고 이를 언어학, 한국어학, 국어교육학, 한국어교육학, 나아가 번역학에까지 효과적으로 적용하는 방안을 모색하려고 합니다. 이를 위해서 21개 분과 나누어서 논문 발표, 토론이 있게 될 것입니다. 이 대회를 축하하기 위해서 귀한 화환을 보내주신 여러분들, 그리고 기관에도 감사를 드립니다. 금전적으로 대회를 후원해 주신 한국연구재단, 그리고 고려대학교, 비상교육, 박희정 사회평론, 영락출판사에도 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 이 학술대회의 주인공은 대회 참가자들인 한 분 한 분 우리 모두입니다. 2022 세계 한국어학자대회가 우리 모두에게 살이 되고 피가 되는 소중한 대기를 소원합니다. 마무리하기 전에 순서가 좀 바뀌긴 했지만 몇 분만 제가 소개를 하려고 합니다. 일단 비대면으로 많은 분들이 참석을 하고 계신데 일단 여기 현장에 계신 분들만 몇 분만 대표적으로 소개를 하려고 합니다. 오늘 기조 발제를 해주시는 제임스 마틴 교수님 뜨거운 박수로 환영해 주면 감사하겠습니다. 그리고 역시 그 주제 발표를 해주시고 멀리에서 이렇게 오신 선생님들입니다. 호주에서 오신 우리 신기현 교수님, 예, 뜨거운 박수로. 그 다음에 YJ 도란 교수님, 예. 그리고 엊그제 멀리 미국에서 인디애나주에서 이렇게 오셨습니다. 역시 주제 발표를 해주실 우리 이효상 교수님. 우리 회장님들, 소장님들은 식구들이니까 생략을 하고요. 마지막으로 우리 송향근 전 세종재단 이사장님 오셨습니다. 고맙습니다. 네. 네. 아까도 말씀드린 것처럼 정말 피가 되고 살이 되는 이런 내실이 있는 그리고 멋진 학술대회가 되기를 소원합니다. 여러분 감사합니다.
예, 고맙습니다. Thank you very much. 이어서 그 네 분의 축사가 있겠습니다. Four congratulatory addresses will follow. 먼저 이번 그 학술 대회는 조직위원회에 6분의 공동 조직위원장이 계십니다. 한국어학회 회장이신 한정환 선생님, 한국문법교육학회 회장이신 한송화 선생님, 한국어의미학회 회장이신 양명희 선생님, 국어교육학회 회장이신 원진숙 선생님, 서울대 국어교육연구소장이신 구본관 선생님, 고려대 한국어문교육연구소 소장이신 김유범 선생님, 이렇게 6분의 공동 조직위원장이 계신데 그중에 대표로 한정한 한국어학회 회장님께서 축사를 해 주시겠습니다. As a representative of 6 co-president of organization committee, let me introduce Professor 한정한.
여러분, 공동 주최를 하는 학술 단체 6개를 대표하여 축사를 간단히 하겠습니다. 2022 세계한국어학자대회 언어, 기능, 그리고 사용의 조직위원회를 대신하여 이번 국제학술대회에 참가하신 여러분을 진심으로 환영합니다. 또 이번 학술대회를 공동 주최하는 6개 학술단체의 회장님들을 대신하여 여러분들을 다시 한번 진심으로 환영합니다. 이번 대회의 목적은 한국어 화자들이 사용하는 담화 텍스트의 특징을 반영한 새로운 문법 체계를 정립하기 위해 기능주의 언어학의 유용성을 탐색하고 이를 언어학, 한국어학, 그리고 국어교육, 그리고 한국어 교육에 효과적으로 적용하는 방안을 모색하는 것입니다. 이러한 목적으로 이번 학술대회의 양대 축인 체계기능 언어학, Systemic Functional Linguistics와 인지기능 유형론, Cognitive Functional Typology 분야의 세계적인 석학들을 기조 연설자로 초청하였고 4일 동안 관련 분야의 국내외 저명 학자들 90여 명이 발표를 해 주실 예정입니다. 원래 이번 대회는 작년 여름에 실제로 개최하기로 하였으나 코로나 팬데믹으로 또다시 1년을 연기하였고 현재의 상황에서 부득이 대면과 비대면을 혼합, 하이브리드하는 방식으로 학술대회를 진행하게 되었습니다. 그럼에도 불구하고 많은 국가에서 저명한 학자들이 참여해 주셨고 훌륭한 발표와 건설적인 토론이 이루어질 것으로 기대하고 있습니다. 이번 학술대회를 통해서 국내적으로 새로운 미래의 방향성이 제시될 수 있기를 희망하고 있습니다. 이번 학술대회 준비를 위해 많은 노력을 아끼지 않으신 조직위원회 산하 4개 학회의 동료 학자들과 2개 연구소의 전문 연구 인력들, 또 한국학술재단을 비롯하여 후원을 해주신 여러분, 그리고 특히 실무 작업을 담당해 주신 집행위원회 교수님, 요원들의 노고에 깊이 감사를 드리고 모두 뜻깊은 시간이 되기를 기원드립니다. 2022년 6월 29일 세계한국어학자대회 공동조직위원회 한국학회 회장 한정환입니다.
예, 고맙습니다. Thank you very much. 이어서 정진택 고려대학교 총장님의 축사가 예정되어 있었습니다만 총장님께서 일정이 바쁘셔서 이영재 교수께서 총장님의 축사를 대신 읽도록 하겠습니다. The following congratulatory address is by the President of Korea University, but due to the schedule of the President, the Professor Lee Young-jae will read the remarks of the address. Please.
네, 안녕하십니까. 저는 고려대학교 국어국문학과의 이영재 교수입니다. 제가 여러 가지 사정상 참석하지 못한 총장님의 말씀을 대독하게 되었습니다. From now on, I will read the words of the President of Korea University. 존경하는 2022 세계 한국어학자대회 총괄 조직위원장이신 이관규 교수님, 공동 조직위원장이신 한국어학회 한정환 회장님, 한국어의미학회 양명희 회장님, 한국문법교육학회 한송화 회장님, 국어교육학회 원진숙 회장님, 고려대 한국어문교육연구소 김유범 소장님, 서울대 국어교육연구소 구본관 소장님, 그리고 한국어에 대해 깊은 관심을 가지고 이 자리에 참석한 수많은 세계 한국어학자 여러분, 코로나 팬데믹으로 어려웠던 시기였음에도 이 언어, 기능, 그리고 사용이라는 주제로 세계 언어학의 흐름에 발맞춰 한국어 연구를 이끌어 나가고 세계 속에 한국어를 확산시키는 어려운 책무를 묵묵히 수행하고 계시는 여러분의 노력과 여러분이 이루신 놀라운 성과에 경의를 보내며 3일간 펼쳐질 이 뜻깊은 학술잔치에 함께하여 축사를 하게 된 것을 기쁘게 생각합니다. 2020년 코로나 팬데믹의 시작과 함께 전 세계가 커다란 위기에 놓였을 때 우리 대한민국은 일치되고 단결된 힘과 희생정신을 10분 발휘하여 코로나 극복을 위해 노력하였고 K-방역의 성과가 세계적으로 널리 알려지기도 하였습니다. 대한민국은 안전하고 선진화된 시스템을 갖춘 국가라는 것이 전 세계적으로 널리 알려지고 대한민국의 위상이 재평가되는 계기가 되었습니다. 그뿐만 아니라 최근 몇 년간 K-팝, K-드라마, K-무비, K-웹툰 등의 세계적인 확산은 K-컬처라는 신조어를 만들어내며 전 세계에서 한국인, 한국어에 대한 관심을 폭발적으로 불러일으키는 계기가 되었습니다. BTS가 한국어 노랫말로 빌보드 차트를 석권하고 아카데미 등 세계적 영화 시상식에서 한국어로 수상 소감을 전하는 한편 중남미의 꼬마 아이들이 무궁화 꽃이 피었습니다를 부르는 것이 어색하지 않은 세상으로 펼쳐지고 있습니다. 전 세계인들이 대한민국과 한국 문화에 관심을 가지고 우리를 바라보며 경청하고 호기심 어린 눈으로 우리의 언어와 문화에 대해 배우고 싶어하는 상황이 우리 눈앞에 펼쳐지고 있습니다. 이제 우리는 어려웠던 코로나 팬데믹을 뒤로하고 소중한 일상 회복의 시간을 맞이하였습니다. 2년이 넘는 기간 동안 코로나 팬데믹으로 인해 주춤했던 한국어와 한글의 세계적 확산을 다시 도모하면서 대한민국과 한국어의 국제적 위상을 재점검하고 이를 바탕으로 국제적인 한국어 연구와 교육 및 한글의 확산과 진흥 방안을 본격적으로 논의해 나갈 시점입니다. 대한민국의 국제적 위상이 격상되어 갈수록 한국어, 한국 문화에 대한 관심이 폭발적으로 늘고 있습니다. 나아가 한국어의 위상도 함께 격상되어 2021년을 기준으로 전 세계 86개국 100여 개 지역에서 약 40만 명에 이르는 외국인들이 한국어 능력 시험을 치르고 있습니다. 이번 2022 세계 한국어학자 대회에서는 이러한 상승무드를 기반으로 한국어 교육과 연구의 질적 성장을 이루고 한국어와 한글 및 한국 문화의 확산이 이루어지는 중요한 계기가 될 것이라고 생각합니다. 이번 한국어학자 대회 준비를 위해 많은 정성을 아끼지 않으신 위원장님을 비롯한 모든 관계자 여러분의 노고에 감사드리며 이번 학술대회에 참석해 주신 모든 분들을 진심으로 환영하며 감사의 마음을 전합니다. 감사합니다. 2022년 6월 29일 고려대학교 총장 정진택 대독.
예, 고맙습니다. Thank you very much. 다음 이어질 축사는 국립국어원장이신 장소원 교수님의 축사입니다. 그 장소원 교수님의 축사는 비디오로 준비가 되어 있습니다. The following congratulatory address is by Professor Jang So-won, the President of National Institute of Korean Language. And this congratulatory address is prepared by video.
안녕하십니까. 국립국어원장 장소원입니다. 한국어와 한글, 한국 문화에 대한 관심이 전 세계로 확산되고 있는 시점에서 2022 세계한국어학자대회가 열린다고 하니 우리나라 국민의 국어 능력과 국어 생활을 지원하고 어문정책 수립에 참여하는 국립국어원 원장으로서 감사한 마음과 뿌듯한 마음이 교차합니다. 4개의 한국어 학술단체와 2개의 한국어 연구기관이 힘을 모아 언어, 기능, 그리고 사용이라는 주제로 행사를 조직하신 것을 보니 이 대회가 그동안 쌓인 언어학과 한국어학, 국어교육과 한국어 교육학 분야의 학술적 연구 성과를 세계적으로 확산할 수 있는 계기가 되리라 생각합니다. 총괄 조직위원장이신 이광규 교수님, 공동조직위원장이신 한국어학회 한정한 회장님, 한국어의미학회 양명희 회장님, 한국문법교육학회 한송화 회장님, 국어교육학회 원진숙 회장님, 서울대 국어교육연구소장 구본관 소장님, 고려대 한국어문교육연구소장 김유범 소장님, 그리고 이 자리에 참석하신 수많은 한국어학자, 언어학자, 국어교육 및 한국어 교육자 여러분께 국립국어원장이자 한국어 연구자의 한 사람으로서 이렇게 성대한 학술대회를 개최해 주신 데 대해 경의를 표합니다. 코로나19의 세계적 유행으로 인한 어려움 속에서도 세계 언어학의 흐름에 발맞추어 한국어 연구를 이끌고 한국어를 세계에 알리는 일에 앞장서시는 여러분의 노력과 성과를 누구보다 잘 알고 있습니다. 특히 이번 국제학술대회의 기조를 맡아주신 체계기능 언어학의 제임스 마틴 교수님과 크리스티안 매티슨 교수님, 인지기능 언어학의 윌리엄 크로프트 교수님은 세계 최고의 인지기능 언어학자들로 유형론적 성과와 언어교육 및 제반 응용 분야까지 확장된 연구를 이끌며 전 세계 언어 이론을 선도하는 분들입니다. 이번 학술대회는 이분들의 성과를 한국 어학, 국어 교육 및 한국어 교육에 적용하고 세계적 수준의 언어 연구를 내재화하는 동시에 국내외에서 이들 학계를 이끄는 연구자들이 함께 토론하고 성과를 공유하는 자리가 될 것입니다. 이번 2022 세계한국어학자대회는 국내의 연구 성과를 세계에 알리고 국어학과 국어교육, 한국어 교육 분야의 연구 역량이 성장함과 동시에 한국어와 한글 및 한국 문화가 확산하는 데에도 크게 기여하리라 믿습니다. 국립국어원에서도 4차 산업혁명 시대에 발맞추어 앞을 내다보는 정책과 사업들을 진행하고 있습니다. 인공지능을 활용하는 말뭉치 구축과 한국어 교육의 온라인 체계 대응 전략 등은 현재 산업계와 학계에서 중요한 구심점이 되었습니다. 국립국어원은 이 자리에 함께하신 세계 한국어학자 여러분의 노력이 더욱 큰 성과를 거둘 수 있도록 지원할 수 있는 부분을 찾아 적극 지원하겠습니다. 다시 한번 이번 국제학술대회의 성공적인 개최를 위해 노력해 주신 조직위원회에 깊은 감사를 표하면서 이번 국제학술대회가 최고의 성과를 얻기를 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
영상으로 축사를 보내주신 국립국어연구원의 장소원 원장님께 다시 한번 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 이어지는 축사는 이번 학술대회에 기조 발표자가 세 분이 계십니다. 호주 시드니대 JR 마틴 교수님, 스페인의 콤플루텐세대의 크리스티안 MIM 마티센 선생님, 그리고 미국 뉴멕시코대 윌리엄 크로프트 선생님, 이렇게 세 분이 계신데 그 중에 대표로 호주 시드니대 JR 마틴 교수님께서 축사를 해주시겠습니다. Let me introduce Professor J.R. Martin as a representative of keynote speakers.
Well, and also to Professor Han and Professor Lee for looking after me for the last 3 days. Been wonderful. Really appreciate it. To begin, let me thank the organizing committee for the honor of being invited as a keynote speaker and pre-conference workshop provider at the 2022 World Korean Language Scholars Conference. Language, function, and use as the theme. I had, of course, been very much looking forward to last year's meeting, which was sadly postponed. But that experience has left me all the more keen to participate in person this time round. Something I find particularly exciting is the cooperation of 4 academic societies and 2 research institutes as far as organizing this conference is concerned. I've been involved in language and education research since the beginning of my career, and the development of functional linguistic theory and description, which can inform such research, has been a central concern to all of my work since that time. So it's very gratifying to me to see that the organizing committee for this conference reflects this concern with functional approaches to language and how they can be applied in education. For the past decade, I have had the privilege of working closely with 3 Korean colleagues, Mira Kim, Gi Hyun Shin, and Kyung-hee Choi, to develop a Korean grammar from a systemic functional perspective, to be published in February next year by Cambridge University Press. Kim and Choi came from a background in translation studies, and Shin is a Korean language teacher. It was their concern with possible applications in these fields which inspired our work. As you are about to learn, if you haven't learned already, I am not a speaker of Korean, and my previous research concentrated on English and Tagalog. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank my colleagues for all they have taught me about Korean. Kim's energetic leadership, Choi's eagle eyes, and Shin's deep understanding of traditional and formal approaches to Korean grammar has been instrumental for the success of our project. Functional linguistics is a broad church, and we are indebted to the organizers for designing a program that features a range of approaches to language in relation to its function and use. The particular approach I have contributed to developing is systemic functional linguistics, or SFL, and within this model I am probably best known for my work on discourse analysis. But in SFL, work on text in context is built upon descriptions of grammar as a meaning-making resource. And we would never have been able to make the progress we have beyond the clause without the foundational work of our functional grammarians and the rich grammars of the ideational, interpersonal, and textual meaning of clauses, of groups, phrases, words, and morphemes they have developed for so many languages around the world. It's for this reason that for the past decade or so, I have devoted more attention to grammar description, extending my work on Tagalog grammar, supervising work on Gija, Northwestern Australian language, Bahasa Indonesia, Sundanese, Tagalog, Cochin Mongolian, and Spanish, supervising PhD work in all these languages. Also editing books and special editions of journals devoted to SFL grammar description across languages, and of course contributing to the Korean grammar work that led in part to the invitation to this conference. What an exciting few days we have in store. I've only been to Korea once before, for just 2 days, on my way to Australia from Canada in January 1977, to continue my PhD work with Michael Halliday. It was during that stopover that I learned that Korea, like Canada, but unlike Australia, has real winters. And I had unfortunately left my ice skates at home and had to sit and watch people skating on your frozen lakes, despairing of not being able to join them. But it's wonderful to have the opportunity to return after all these years. Congratulations to the organizers on the fascinating program they have provided for us all. Thank you.
예, 축사를 해주신 마틴 교수님 감사합니다. Thank you. 이것으로 그 개회사와 축사는 모두 마쳤는데요. 그 시간 여유가 조금 있어서 그 발표 자료집에 보시면 공동조직위원장 소개가 있고 그 밑에 집행위원회와 간사분들의 명단이 있습니다. 어느 학술대회든지 간에 이 실무 진행을 맡은 집행위원회 간사 선생님들의 노고가 아주 큰데요. 시간 여유가 조금 있으니까 명단을 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 집행위원회에 참여하신 한국어학회 선생님으로는 송홍규, 김윤신, 유혜원, 이영재, 정한대로, 김현주, 이동혁, 이지영, 임근석 선생님이 수고해 주셨고요. 한국어의미학회에서는 조경순, 김건희, 전은진 선생님이 참여해 주셨고, 한국문법교육학회에서는 박종관, 박지순, 오현아, 이윤진 선생님이 참여를 해주셨습니다. 국어교육학회에서는 최영인, 조병영 선생님이 참여해 주셨고, 고려대 한국어문교육연구소의 이규범, 신희성 선생님, 그리고 서울대 국어교육연구소의 남가영, 최선희 선생님께서 수고를 해주셨습니다. 그리고 아주 자잘한 실무까지 포함해서 많은 일을 해주신 간사분들로는 한국어학회 박지은, 정은진, 이보라, 최민지, 그리고 한국어의미학회 안예림, 한국문법교육학회 남용현, 국어교육학회 김서율, 최인찬, 고려대 한국어문교육연구소의 김진우, 서울대 국어교육연구소의 이수진, 이런 여러 간사 선생님들이 수고를 해주셨습니다. 이분들께 특별히 감사의 말씀을 드리고 싶습니다. I want to give special thanks to all the members of organization committee for this conference. 그리고 아까 그 총괄 조직위원장님께서 축하 화환을 보내신 분들이 있다는 말씀을 해주셨는데, 고려대학교 사범대학장 김성일 교수님, 그리고 박이정 출판사, 고려대학교 경영대학의 김동원 교수님께서 이 학술대회를 위해서 축하 화환을 보내주셨습니다. 감사의 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 자, 이제 그 개회식을 마칠 시간이 되었습니다. 그 이어지는 세션은 11시 정각에 시작을 해도 될 것 같습니다. Now it's time to close this opening ceremony. And the following first section will start at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Good morning, audience. My name is Chong-an Han of Department of Korean Language and Literature at Dankook University. From now on, I'm going to moderate the section number 1 that is titled Functional Discourse Analysis, I guess so, and SAT methodology. This section consists of 5 presentations, and Professor James Martin here, who is the keynote speaker today, is one of them. And his presentation will last about 1 hour, I guess so. And today, I think I'm very happy because I'm also honored to be able to introduce him to everyone. I have been await for a long time to meet him. And personally, the day before yesterday, I have met him at the Incheon airport, and friendly enough, he allowed me to call him just by his first name. His first name is Jim, so I'm going to use it for today, okay? So, Professor Jim is our keynote speaker, and he's originally a Canadian linguist. He's professor of linguistics, personal chair at the University of Sydney. He is the reading scholar in the Sydney School of Systemic Functional Linguistics. Professor Jim is well known for his work on discourse analysis, genre, appraisal, multimodality, and educational linguistics. And speaking of his discourse semantic theory, it describes the organization of text with respect to 3 metafunctions of language, that is, interpersonal, ideational, and textual. And speaking of his genre theory, it describes genre as staged, goal-oriented social processes. In functional linguistics terms, they are defined as a recurrent configuration of meaning that enacts the social practice of a culture. And lastly but least, his key contribution to educational linguistics is the genre-based approach to language education. Genre pedagogy is based on a principle of guidance through interaction in the context of shared experience. Influenced by research in child language development by Michael Halliday and Claire Painter. And I think this explains enough why he should be today's keynote speaker. And now, audience, please welcome and give a massive gesture of applause to Professor Jim. Okay.
Turn down the lights so people can see the slides. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Han, for that kind introduction. Very lovely. Lovely one. Thank you. Okay, well, welcome everyone. Some of you we met yesterday and spent a long time working together, and today you only have 1 hour, so nice and short today. Not too much torture. So I thought I would take this opportunity to introduce the work that I've been doing with my colleagues on Korean. I said a little bit about in the opening ceremony why we undertook this work as a foundation for applications in various fields. But we were concentrating, and my colleagues felt the need to develop a functional grammar of Korean that could be foundational the way Halliday's grammar of English has been foundational for all our work and applications in English contexts. So I'll speak to this today. I'll try to talk about how SFL theory has shaped the particular description of grammar that we're going to produce, and I'll give you a little taste of just one part of the grammar, and hope it encourages some of you at least to have a look at that grammar next year sometime, and then to think, how can I build on that grammar and work on discourse semantics in Korean and register and genre in Korean, and think, how can I apply those ideas in educational or clinical or forensic settings? So my plan is to just introduce the team, then talk a little bit about our grammar, talk about the theory that shaped the description, talk about SFL description in more general terms, typologically, give you a little taste of one part of our grammar, and just finish with a comment on why we embarked on this project in the first place. So our team then, we were put together, assembled as a team by Mira Kim, who's our ball of energy and leadership in terms of corralling us and getting us involved in this project. She's a specialist in translation studies and textual meaning as far as the grammar is concerned. Then Ye-Hyun Shin, who's here with us happily today, is a specialist in the sense of being a Korean teacher and has been a leader in developing Korean language teaching and spreading it around Australia and around the world, but also is a very fine linguist and was the repository of knowledge about traditional and formal descriptions of Korean, and we were able to draw on that bank of knowledge and think about how we could then build on that and adapt some of that for our SFL description of Korean. And then Gi-Yeon Choi, who also happily has joined us today, is another specialist in translation studies, and her special contribution to this grammar is in the area of logical meaning, clause-complex relations. And finally, there's me. And I see my role as basically secretarial. So my job really was to take the knowledge of Korean and about Korean from my colleagues and begin to draft it into SFL-formed descriptive grammar of Korean. So everything in the book about Korean comes from my colleagues, and I've been the one to write it down. So the book cover will look like this when it appears next year. And I think the organizers have provided you all with a flyer so you can get a discount if you order the book and use a little code that's somewhere there, so you don't have to pay the expensive price for that. Okay. All right, our grammar. I know some of you are at the back and some of the slides will be too small to read, but you do have a printout of the slides, so you can follow along there. What I'm just trying to give you here is a general outline of the grammar, because it has, of course, a different shape from grammars of Korean that you may be familiar with from other works that Korean linguists have produced over the decades. So it begins with an introduction to basically the systemic functional approach to grammar description. It's designed to be as accessible as possible and not assume ideas that we're going to use elsewhere in the book, but to present them. And then it begins actually with Korean groups and phrases and the way in which they're realized through words and morphemes, because Korean, particularly with the verbal group, does so much work in terms of morphology and so on, as you well know, that we had to actually begin with a description of this lower rank Korean groups and phrases so that we could then draw on that as we described clause, system, and structures thereafter. Then we went to the familiar metafunctional approach to the grammar of clauses in Korean, beginning with interpersonal grammar, then experiential grammar, then textual grammar, and then logical grammar. So moving gradually through what in SFL are called mood, transitivity, theme, clause complexing. And then finally, we get to the reason we wrote the book in the first place, applicable linguistics, and we give examples of how the grammar can be used in Korean language teaching, and we give examples of how the grammar can be used for translation studies. Okay? Today, we'll just touch on, in more detail, a little bit of the interpersonal section of the grammar. So you can see how our approach will complement the other scholarly traditions of work on Korean that you are more familiar with. So let's begin with the theory that informs this description. Systemic functional linguistics is a theory of language evolving from work by Halliday and his colleagues at the University of London in the 1960s. Its intellectual heritage is mainly European, with influences from Saussure and Mathesius, from early in the 20th century, Mathesius, the founder of the Prague School. Then later on, Hjemslev, Copenhagen School, Firth, the London School, actually Halliday's teacher. And then from North America, not so much influence except for Worf from the American anthropological tradition. Not what you might have heard about Worf, although his ideas about language and how it shapes thought have been influential in SFL, but more, lesser known, his way of reasoning and arguing about something he called cryptogrammar, which has been very influential in SFL. So there are pictures you can find online of Saussure and Mathesius, and then Hjemslev, Worf, Firth, and coming through to Halliday. So perhaps quite a different heritage from the scholars who've informed a lot of the work that has been going on Korean, influenced by a North American tradition, for example. There's a very good new introduction to Halliday as a person and a linguist by our Chinese colleagues Wang and Ma, which I could recommend. I think it's very accessible. It's a very nice picture of him as a man and how his personal life was related to his intellectual life and covers many of the key ideas that are informing the project that I'm introducing today. The basic theoretical parameters in SFL are axis, which is fundamental, the particular approach in SFL to system and structure, paradigmatic and syntagmatic relations, and then on the basis of the systems that we use to organize language, then we come to metafunction, the idea of different strands of meaning, ideational resources for building a picture of the world outside and inside us, interpersonal resources for negotiating our position in conversation, and textual resources for fitting what we're saying smoothly into unfolding discourse. Then rank, the notion of the size of unit, where the systems and structures obtain, clauses, the larger unit of grammar, consisting of groups and phrases, made up of words, made up of morphemes. And then finally, what level of analysis are we working on? Are we using the theory to describe the phonology of a language, or the grammar and lexis of a language, or the discourse semantics of a language? Okay? So those are the four fundamental theoretical parameters, and you take them and apply them to phonology or grammar or discourse, or now our colleagues who work in multimodality apply them to images and music and dance and film. Very general concepts that then you produce descriptions of the phenomenon that you're interested in, of the different semiotic systems. So axis, the complementarity of system and structure, with paradigmatic relations formalized in system networks from which there are structural consequences. So Halliday, from his first edition of Introduction to Functional Grammar, a systemic grammar is paradigmatic. Structure is the mechanism for expressing the choices that have been made. It's this privileging of paradigmatic relations which gives the name systemic to systemic functional grammar and distinguishes systemic functional grammars from other functional approaches which still, although functional, tend to be more structure-based. So we could consider a language like English and a little bit of the mood structure, imperatives, indicatives, declaratives, interrogatives, choices that have to be made in the grammar in order to organize dialogue. But what in English are the structural consequences of that? How do we know in English, from English structure, that it is declarative? How do we know from English structure that it is interrogative? How do we know from English structure that it is imperative? So there has to be a to and fro of that in the description. And English, if you know anything about Halliday's description, the front of the clause does the work, and English sets up a clause structure with subject and finite and organizes them as subject before finite in declarative and finite before subject in interrogative and leaves them out in the basic imperative. So English is using clause structure at that rank to organize these distinctions. And we can think about this in a little table, paradigm, showing the choices that are made in the grammar and the structural consequences and examples they have they, or just win. Whatever we were doing at the end of the picture, whatever that meant, okay? So do it. Whoops. Wow, that really skipped forward. Metafunction refers to the tendency for systems to bundle together in relation to ideational, interpersonal, and textual choices, as reflected in clause systems, for example. Ideational choices, transitivity. Interpersonal choices, mood. Textual choices, theme. SFL does not privilege any one of these kinds of meaning. It doesn't stack up a description of language in terms of form, then content, then use, syntax, semantics, pragmatics. Rather, looks at meaning making from three perspectives given the same status. So there's the general theory of kinds of meaning as reflected in clause grammar. Transitivity, mood, and theme. I don't want to go into detail with this, but this is a little fragment of English mood. We had a little look in this area before. I'm introducing some polarity options here and the possibility of exclamative and different types of question, what questions versus yes-no question, polar interrogatives. And this is just to show you, hopefully, what I mean by bundling, interdependency, systems depending on each other, interacting with each other, reflecting the fact that modality, mood, polarity, and so on are all kind of interacting with each other in terms of combinations of choices and their structural consequences. I won't describe this in detail, but when I say that the grammar is organized paradigmatically and the clause grammar is organized into transitivity, mood, and theme, what I'm referring to is the tendency for systems to bundle together in clumps, bundles, if you like, of choices, clustering together, and that's what gives shape to the grammar. Rank refers to the tendency for systems to bundle in relation to the size of unit which systems classify, as reflected in grammar by the ranks of clause. So we have lots of clause systems, groups and phrase systems, realizing clause systems, word systems, realizing group and phrase systems, morpheme systems, realizing word systems. So this we generally think of in terms of a competition top-down kind of diagram, tree structure, like so. Stratum refers for the tendency for systems to bundle in relation to the level of abstraction from phonetics, from phonic substance, as reflected, for example, in language strata, phonology, lexicogrammar, discourse semantics. Generally presented in SFL with these cotangential circles in a realization relationship to one another. The size of the circles reflects where the main systemic work is done on the stratum at a relatively small unit in phonology, phoneme and syllable, a larger unit in grammar, the clause, and once we move to discourse semantics, the text. Sticky. Seen in these terms, a language is a network of systems organized by metafunction, organized by rank, and organized by stratum, with choices in systems motivated in relation to their realization in structure. Language is thus conceived as a resource for making meaning. Our grammar begins with an introduction to SFL, followed by a description of Korean groups, phrases, words, and morphemes, so that we can then move on to specify the realization of clause systems in later chapters. Since Korean systems at clause rank tend to be realized by clause structure, and/or by group phrase structure, and/or by word structure. So the grammar of groups and phrases: nominal group, verbal group, adverbial group, coverbal phrase. Then our clause systems per se. And then combining clauses, logical meaning, complexing. So we're actually going from smaller unit to bigger unit to bigger unit in the organization of the grammar. I can only give you a taste of our grammar today. We'll focus on interpersonal meaning, grammar of mood. So just here, and just part of that chapter, and I'll introduce our ideas about there being actually two mood systems in Korean, one of which we'll call formal mood, and one of which we'll call informal mood. Now, SFL descriptions have been spreading across languages and language families quite a lot and fairly intensively over the last 10 or 15 years. And that, of course, linguists cannot resist then starting to think about functional language typology and what this perspective helps us understand in terms of the different strategies that languages use to make meaning. Unlike some theories, SFL does not privilege one type of meaning, for example, ideational meaning, over others. It's probably for this reason that SFL has given more attention to interpersonal grammar than some other models of language. This is reflected in two recent publications, a special issue of Functions of Language, devoted to descriptions of mood in various languages, including one by Gi-hyun Shin on Korean, and also a book published by Cambridge, Interpersonal Grammar, which has a wider range of language descriptions from an interpersonal point of view. Based on this work, let's have a look at examples of mood choices across languages, just to give us a more general orientation. And to make things doable, we'll just focus on one particular mood option, polar interrogative, the yes-no question, how different languages structure that particular choice in the grammar. We already had a look at how English does it, and relatable kinds of strategies are used pretty much, we think, only in Northwest European languages related to English. This idea of working the front of the clause in terms of two functions and using sequence significantly to make distinctions, and here the finite before the subject, so we know this is a polar interrogative clause. Is it raining? Tagalog, the other language that I work on quite a lot, uses a completely different strategy. It has a little particle ba. Tagalog begins backwards from Korean, if you like. It begins with the process, with the verb, up the front. And then following that, it just puts that particle, ba, and that's all you need to create a polar interrogative. You don't have to work the clause structure very hard. You just put that little particle in, and you've achieved the meaning that you want to make. If we turn to a language like Spanish, it doesn't really do any work at all in terms of grammatical structure. It just uses intonation, like informal Korean. It just uses intonation to realize the meaning there. So, quite a range of different structures to realize a very, very similar meaning. And this reflects the fact that languages tend to be more similar from a paradigmatic point of view, and we have to be careful, tend to be more similar than they are from a structural point of view. So English works the clause structure quite hard. Tagalog just has this little question particle it puts in. Sticky. There we go. And Spanish actually uses phonology to realize the meaning. So, comparable systems, very different structures. So when we come to the grammar of Korean, we're expecting Korean grammar will be able to distinguish imperative, declarative, interrogative, but if you don't know anything about Korean, you're very open-minded about how Korean might actually do that. Does it use sequence? Does it use a segment? Does it use tone? Does it do it at clause rank or group phrase rank or word rank? Well, you know the answer to that. As SFL descriptions of languages continue to appear, questions naturally arise in relation to the nature and development of functional language typology. What motifs and generalizations arise which we can use cautiously as a guide for language description? Never mind. Whoops. Come on. We began trying to consolidate our work in this area a couple of decades ago with reference to this book, Language Typology, A Functional Perspective, which surveys a number of languages and then has a wonderful chapter by Christian Matheson, who will be speaking tomorrow at the end of the book. And I think he's speaking to this topic, which is a wonderful collection of generalizations and descriptive motifs across languages. And as far as mood goes, then there's a very important paper by Teruya, a colleague of Matheson's, and several other colleagues looking across languages. And they produced a framework of this kind, which is kind of looking at how languages manage mood. At one end, we have things like Welsh that has a sort of finite structural function up at the front of the clause and makes the distinctions there. English, which sequences the finite in relation to subject, and so on. We move down till we come to the languages like Spanish and Tagalog and Korean, where the verb is doing the work. The verb morphology is what is telling you what you need to know. So no surprise that Korean's down that end of things, not really working clause structure, but using verbal resources to make distinctions. Now, this is just part of the story, and you may be wondering by now about a lot of the labeling I've been using, so let's take a closer look at Korean. Korean mood. In specifying how a Korean clause is structured, we propose a dedicated tier of mood structure. So comparable to other functional theories, the idea is you can't really have a rich description of the grammar if you just have one layer of structure, but need some different tiers of structure. A key function on this tier is the function we call negotiator, which does the work of specifying the mood of a clause in dialogue, and is by and large realized through the culminative verbal group in a clause. Other functions that occur on this tier are vocative, for example, who you're talking to, expletive, if you need to add some cursing to what you say, comment, where you express your attitude to what you're saying, and what we call inquirer, the wu function in English, if you know that way of talking about wu questions in English, not very appropriate for Korean, so we've tried to find a more neutral term across languages, inquirer, for the who, what, when, why, when, how questions. And politeness marker, realized by yo, which occurs after the negotiator. So, for an example, big sister, when did mom go out? We would have a tier of structure with some functions doing different kinds of work, reflecting some of the different choices that were made from the mood system. Being explicit about who we're talking to, it being a wu interrogative, elemental interrogative, inquiring after a specific piece of information. Here, establishing the mood of the clause, among other things, and here, a politeness marker. In our grammar, we make a basic grammatical distinction between formal and informal mood. The two are perhaps, we could say, identified in Korean as formal style, informal style, but we have to be careful here. We're not using these labels to characterize a text in terms of its register, its style. Okay? The formal and informal categories are used here as features of the clause in the grammar. Formal resources, from a more contextual point of view, seem to us to emphasize status relations in the negotiation of dialogic exchanges, the to and fro of conversation, in more institutional contexts. Informal resources, on the other hand, are more concerned with establishing common ground for affiliation in less formal, less institutionalized interactions. So the overall picture, in very general terms, would look something like this. Formal systems, formal mood and addressee deference. Informal mood here, and stance, and politeness. So we actually have different choices depending whether it's formal mood or informal mood. Go back. The two key formal systems are formal mood and addressee deference. And the three key informal systems are informal mood, stance, and politeness. Mood marking, in other words, deploys different strategies in clauses with the feature formal and those with the feature informal in Korean. Exchange marking, a set of resources for portmanteau realizations of formal mood and addressee deference, characterize formal clauses. And stance marking, a rich set of resources for establishing the common ground on which speaker and addressee can align around a proposition or proposal are only available in informal clauses. In addition, the speaker's status relationship with the addressee is finely tuned in formal clauses by delicate addressee deference systems. Whereas in informal clauses, social distance simply involves a binary choice of polite or not. Let's take a closer look at formal clauses. So, formal mood, the kind of things we were working on earlier that we might expect, and this polar elemental distinction, and a distinction between an imperative addressed to a person or an imperative that includes the speaker. Here's an example of the suffix ni operating, realizing not just the polar interrogative mood, but also marking addressee deference in terms of a feature we call dominant. Okay? So a little portmanteau morpheme here reflecting those two meanings. There's the addressee deference system that we're proposing. I won't take time to try to introduce it in detail or argue for it today. I'm sure it's something that will engage you in debate with Gi-Hyun Shin over time. So here, a different kind of choice here, venerate, with a different kind of morphology. So still interrogative, but with a different kind of addressee deference. So from a paradigmatic perspective, what's going on here is that the systems of formal mood and addressee deference cross-classify a clause. Both sets of options are available, and you must choose from both. We can express this as a paradigm with rows and columns. Probably, those of you who work on Korean grammar, are very familiar with this kind of picture of mood and addressee deference. And if we express it as a system network, it would look something like this. We have our formal mood choices, and we have our addressee deference choices. And if you choose formal mood, you must make a choice here among those choices, and you must make a choice here among those choices. And then the appropriate morpheme at the end of the verb will realize that. What we call exchange mark, that particular word function, that part of the morphology, is telling us mood and addressee deference. So choices for various reasons that are made in terms of clauses to position the clause in dialogue, but in Korean realized right at the bottom of the rank scale, if you like. A closer look at informal clauses. Again, we have this kind of picture, but the realizations are very different. In informal clauses, moods are distinguished not by suffixes, but by intonation, the position of the clause in relation to other moves in dialogue, the co-text in general, constraints such as the availability of tense marking and modality, or not, unavailable in imperative clauses, and or punctuation marks in written language. So with rising intonation, are you having breakfast? An informal interrogative. Not marking mood here, but marking stance. The stance system is a defining characteristic of the informal clause, which is realized through the stance mark function at word rank. The stance mark is realized in the very last element of the verbal group structure. It's realized through various culminative verbal suffixes. The stance mark function is to an informal clause what the exchange mark is to a formal clause. The options in the system of stance represent grammatical resources that Korean speakers draw on to enhance the negotiation of propositions and proposals in dialogic interaction. In particular, there are resources for solidarity-oriented language use, establishing grounds for agreeing about a proposition and thus contracting the negotiability of a proposition, reducing the space for alternative opinions. And again, I won't go into it, but we have a proposal for the nature of stance choices in Korean, including what's often referred to as evidentiality, but Korean has a richer system than that, which is why we use the term stance for these resources, not evidentiality. And there's the kind of phenomena that we're trying to deal with that proposal. Informal mood and stance cross-classify informal clauses. So we get a picture like that, with some constraints on combinations. The speaker's status relationship with the addressee is not finely tuned in informal clauses. Where necessary, social distance is simply marked through the particle yo, which is a word operating as part of clause structure. We identify this as the politeness system. The informal mood politeness system differs in 3 respects from the formal mood addressee deference system. It is realized by a particle at clause rank rather than a suffix at word rank. It's optional rather than obligatory, and it can be realized more than once in a clause, reflecting a feature we call prosodic yo. So there's culminative yo, just realized once at the very end of the clause. And there's an example of prosodic yo, which carries a certain social indexing, I understand. So informal mood, stance, and politeness systems all cross-classify informal clauses. So the picture for informal mood looks something like this, with the informal mood choices, stance choices, and an optional politeness system. As far as we are aware, our description is the first one, recognizing a grammatical choice between a formal mood system and an informal mood one. In making this distinction, we are drawing attention to 3 things. The different ways in which declarative, interrogative, and imperative clauses are signaled in the 2 moods. Formally via mood suffixes, informally via mood intonation, cotext, and context. 2, the different ways in which the relationship between speaker and addressee is enacted. Finely tuned, obligatory, addressee deference in formal clauses versus optional politeness realized by yo in informal ones. The finely tuned stance system deployed in informal clauses, which is not available in formal clauses. Because there's a competition between the addressee deference and mood marking for the exchange mark and the stance choices for the stance mark. So you can't have both, one or the other. So overall picture, probably getting too small for you to see at the back, but perhaps you can consult your printout. A formal system with formal mood addressee deference choices, and informal mood with the informal mood stance and politeness systems. So from a paradigmatic perspective, this is how we're proposing that Korean mood is organized as far as providing resources for speakers to interact, to commune, to affiliate, to agree, disagree, get people to do things, cooperate or not, in dialogue. From the perspective of functional language typology, what the two systems share is a reliance on verb suffixes at the end of the clause to do the heavy lifting, realizing formal mood and addressee difference in formal clauses and stance in informal ones. In SFL terms, this means that the predicator, which we've called negotiator in Korean, is the main clause function in acting interpersonal resources in dialogue. Positioning Korean to the lower right along Teruya's climb. Very similar to Spanish and Tagalog, with the main difference being that in Spanish and Tagalog, the negotiation is up front at the beginning of the clause, whereas in Korean, Japanese, the negotiation resources are concentrated at the end of the clause. The basic. One of the first things you need to ask when you're coming to a language to describe it from a typological point of view is, does this language tend to negotiate at the front or negotiate at the end? Because choices the language makes about that have repercussions throughout the grammar. So almost the first thing you should be looking for. Start with the interpersonal meaning, see where the language negotiates, early or late. Now, there are, of course, more mood systems. There's more work to be done interpersonally in terms of clause grammar. We won't go into detail today. There's just no time, but just to flag some more systems that have to be considered. Participant deference, by which we mean morphology that assigns status to one of the participants in the clause, not the addressee, but someone you're talking about. System of polarity, positive, negative, obviously, which is sensitive to mood, different resources used for imperative and indicative in Korean. Modality, both modality in terms of the probability of something you're saying and modality in terms of obligation and inclination, depending whether we're exchanging information or trying to get somebody to do something. Korean's interesting in that it has both a stance system, so if you like, a fairly elaborated evidentiality system, and a modality system. Often languages lean one way or the other, lean towards modality, lean towards evidentiality, but Korean, you have both. System of vocation, if you want to name the person you're talking to. A system of highlight that has been challenging for us to describe the meaning of, but somehow gives prominence to the clause that you're promoting. A system of comment, where you express your attitude, sadly, happily, something happened. And a system of expletion, if you want to add swearing to the clause. Oh, there's a little taste of polarity, one kind of negative polarity in Korean. Okay, where the negotiator is realized by a verbal group, and the verbal group has now two structural functions, and we have a little negate, adverb, preceding the event there. Not the only way you do negation, but one way. Or a glimpse of modality, where again we expand the verbal group event, but this time the modal auxiliary verb, if you like, following the event. So a little more work as we add modality and polarity done by verbal group structure, not just morphology, but verbal group structure. So there's what we had before. I know it's too small to read, but there we're adding polarity systems and modality systems to the picture. And there are some restrictions on possible combinations of choices. The overall tendency is to choose from all 4 systems, but there are restrictions, which I can't go into in detail, but in the grammar book we've tried to specify some of the things that can't happen. So just a little taste of what I could have talked about if I had all day. Okay. Overall picture, of course, is impossible to put on a slide. We can hardly fit it on a page in the grammar. Ki-Him Shin has been our artist, if you like, having to draw these networks and having me make him redraw them and fix them as we change things, driving him crazy. But I know you can't see it, but this is then a sketch, an overall sketch of what interpersonal grammar, clause grammar in Korean, ends up looking like. And I'm not a mathematician, so I don't know how to compute how many combinations of meaning are possible there, but it is an exponentially large number of combinations of meaning that you as Korean speakers draw on in order to enact your social relationships with one another. Why did we bother? A lot of work, 10 years of work producing this rich functional grammar because we wanted a resource for Korean that would be as rich and foundational as what Halliday gave us for English. And my colleagues from translation studies and my colleagues from Korean language teaching recognized what had happened in English language and culture in various applications by being able to build on that rich, sometimes called extravagant grammar of English. From my point of view as a discourse analyst, it's barely enough. I'm always saying to Halliday when he was alive, or Matheson, keep going, more. We need more, even though the book is that thick already. Well, we haven't managed that for Korean, but I hope we've given enough to be a first step for your grammarians to look critically at and decide how it needs to be extended, improved, or corrected. And then, more importantly for me as a discourse analyst, and in terms of applied linguistics, how it could be built upon from the perspective of discourse semantics and register and genre theory, and then inform applications across a range of sites. This reflects the general orientation of SFL as inspired by Halliday, who wrote, I have always thought of linguistic theory as something to be applied to real problems, either in research or in some domain of practice. Eventually, I came up with the term applicable linguistics to encapsulate this preoccupation with the theory as a mode of action that is based on understanding. There are cycles of mutual reinforcement between practice and theory. The theory improves the effectiveness of practice, and practice contributes to the ongoing refinement of the theory. So, my colleagues and I are looking forward to what happens to this grammar as you apply it in various contexts, whether it's educational contexts or clinical contexts or forensic contexts or translating and interpreting contexts. Our experience of SFL and SFL descriptions around the world is that as we apply things, we have to adjust the descriptions, extend them, make them richer, and that may have repercussions for the theory as a whole. So that has happened over and over again in my life, why I have discourse semantics instead of semantics, why I have genre, why I have appraisal, that is all driven by applications from the beginning in clinical work, studying schizophrenic discourse, and then beginning early on and continuing in education and trying to think, how can we have a democratic pedagogy and a democratic curriculum that gives all students equal access to what schools are responsible for teaching. And more recently, in forensic settings, looking at restorative justice and diversionary ways of treating young offenders rather than locking them up in prison, but forming conferencing, consultation groups with the victim and other members of the community to see how to heal things rather than punish. And that led, for the example, to the development of our model of paralanguage, because we couldn't describe what was going on in the conferencing without taking the gestures and facial expression and bodily stance into the picture. So I really would encourage you, as you start using the grammar, to not feel trapped by the grammar, but to have the same kind of experience we always had, which was, wow, it's great we have this grammar, but we need more. We need more, we need more. And, you know, bugging Halliday and Matheson to give more grammar, but also to build discourse semantics, register genre, appraisal, multimodal analysis, paralanguage analysis. Keep trying to build on it, around it, and, you know, be inspired by the kind of theory that informed it, but not be shy about changing that theory either. So I'm very curious what will happen to SFL as it becomes KSFL. Okay, so let's see where it goes in this particular context. So, it's another one of these little threesome diagrams, trinocular vision diagrams, just trying to think about this dialectic of theory, description, and practice. And I think linguistic theory evolves most productively when we have this kind of dialectic. I don't think it's very effective to try to produce linguistic descriptions and develop linguistic theory and hope that somebody might be able to use them. I think it's better for us to be involved as linguists in practice, in applications, whatever the site is that we're interested in, and develop our theory and description in relation to the practical concerns that we're trying to deal with. So we finished the book with examples of how the theory can be applied. Gi-Hyun Shin's going to give a talk this afternoon, I think, where he'll exemplify part of the section that he is responsible for in this part of the book, adapting some of the Sydney School genre-based pedagogy for Korean language teaching. And we also have a translation and interpreting section that Gi-Young and Mira worked on in that section, showing how it can be helpful for translation studies. And there are other applications that we couldn't fit into the book. It was just getting too big, and we were getting too tired by the end of the project. The applications in Korean language teaching are drawing on the work of David Rose, essentially, and his Reading to Learn programs, okay, his incredibly powerful programs for how to teach pedagogy and what to teach curriculum. And there's a new book, energized and edited by Mira Kim, on SFL approaches to translation studies, that has not just work that's been directly involved in the grammar project I've been describing to you, but a range of scholars from around the world who are using SFL in that translation and interpreting context. Okay. So what we've tried to do in that last chapter is bring the insights that have been developing around the world in terms of education and translation interpreting in relation to the description we've produced of Korean. Well, thanks to my colleagues, two of whom are here today. I hope I haven't said anything that's too misleading or wrong.
that they can correct you if you want to complain to them. Thank you very much. Right on time.
Many thanks to just Jim. Okay, and I think it's a kind explanation of to think about it. I don't think we have a general Korean grammar written on the perspective of SFL. Is it right? So it could be a challenging attempt that could analyze Korean grammar on the basis of SFL. I would think so. Then let me call up for morning conference, and right now we are going to have lunch time for 1 hour, no, 1.5 hours, I think so. Then we are going to meet at 1:30, continuing section 1. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. From now on, we'd like to start the session 1. So please have seats now. Yes. For this session 1, we've invited 4 distinguished scholars from Australia. And the theme of this session 1 is Functional Discourse Analysis, SFL methodology. So please have your seats now. So we will have 4 presentations today, and 2 from the presenters participating here, and 2 presenters joining online. So in this session, each presenter will spend about 30 minutes for a presentation. And after the 4 presentations, we are going to move on to the general discussion session. So even though you have questions after each presentation, please hold your questions because we are going to have the general discussion session after the end of the presentation, 4 presentations. So without further ado, we'd like to move on to the first presentation. And the first presenter is Professor Ki-hyun Shin from University of New South Wales. The title of his presentation is SFL and Reading Classes in Korean as a Foreign Language, 3 examples. So please welcome him with a round of applause.
안녕하십니까. No more Korean. I'll just say good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to say heaps of thanks to the conference organizers for having me here this afternoon. And thank you also to everyone who are here despite the weather for your time listening to what I'm going to say. Slide. This is just abstract. Well, at the keynote lecture in the morning, Jim outlined SFL-informed Korean grammar, and my purpose is to show a small example for how SFL-informed KFL reading classes can be organized and delivered. KFL means, as we know, Korean as a foreign language. I call it a foreign language in the sense that Korean is not used outside the classroom, as in Australia. I would have called it a second language if the Korean was used outside the classroom. Also, the target group are adult learners, so teaching, learning how the language they are studying works is very important to the students. I'm relying very much on what Jim and David Rose have worked. Their book is titled, in fact, as Learning to Write and Reading to Learn. But as I'm talking about reading classes, the focus is obviously on reading to learn. Jean in Martin's model has to do with the organization of texts with distinct social goals. And Jean pedagogy emphasizes contextualized language use and incorporates language scaffolding in content lessons. Yegan will give us a good introduction to Jean and Register soon. The main idea of what I'm going to present appears in Chapter 7 of the book Korean Grammar, A Systemic Functional Approach, attempting to add 3 examples how attributive and locative clauses, such as ida and itta, can be taught and learned at the beginner's level, and how hypertactic projection locution 다고, 냐고, 라고, 자고 하다 can be taught and learned at the lower intermediate level, and how formal, informal clauses, especially 합쇼 and 해라체, and also 해요 and 해제, can be taught and learned at the upper intermediate level. These represent just some of the difficult areas of Korean grammar that students in Australia encounter. But today, only the lower intermediate level example, 다고, 냐고, 라고, 자고 하다, would be presented here. Sorry, I forgot to move the slides. No. Slides 4. As Jim mentioned in his talk, language teaching and learning has been a very well-developed application of SFL. Now, having finished a Korean functional grammar, although it's the first edition, the question naturally arises how to capitalize this in teaching KFL. Reading to learn is particularly good for this purpose in selecting texts to teach, as well as in building up explicit knowledge about Korean. Also, reading to learn emphasizes very heavily on reducing the gap between successful and not so successful learners in language learning. There are other examples where SFL thinking can be applied in language classes, such as Rodney and Locke, year 2011, which you can find in the references for the details. Personally, though, I have a collection of things that I have been using in my KFL classes over 3 decades. Incorporating Rodney and Locke is a bit too much at the moment, as I have to change my collection quite dramatically. But reading to learn allows me to focus on changing my talk as a teacher at what Martin and Rose call the detailed reading phase. I could see changing the teacher's talk have an immediate impact. More positive atmosphere was created in my own grammar sessions. Let me come back to this slide after showing some examples first. Now, this is a story text with a Korean clause complexing foregrounded, especially hypertectic projection of locution. This text has been adapted quite heavily from a text appeared in year 2011 topic test. I have provided in the slide a more literal translation which may not make good sense to English speakers, and a less literal translation as well, which should be more meaningful. Anyway, the text goes like this. 어제 남편과 나는 제이슨 씨와 함께 식당에 갔습니다. 제이슨 씨가 백김치를 보고 무엇이냐고 물었습니다. 내가 김치라고 하니까 왜 고춧가루를 넣지 않았냐고 물었습니다. 남편이 김치에 여러 가지가 있다고 설명해 주면서 백김치도 맛있으니까 먹어보라고 했습니다. 그리고 조만간 각종 김치를 놓고 김치 파티를 하자고 했습니다. For a detailed reading activity, A4 copies of the story you just saw are prepared and copied and distributed to each student so that they can easily read the story and also highlight any sort of parts, any important points during the lesson. And now I would like to move to slide 10. That would be the sentence 2 in the story text. It goes, 제이슨 씨가 백김치를 보고 무엇이냐고 물었습니다. It's quite interesting. Such a short sentence has a quite complex grammar. And the analysis here is not for the student, actually. It is basically for the teacher, who is not necessarily an SFL-trained person. If the teacher is not trained in SFL, well, what we can do, we can teach them SFL, I guess. It's meant to be a joke, but yeah. Anyway, the analysis can be restated something like this. The sentence involves parataxes, namely two clauses of equal relations. One, 제임스 씨가 백김치를 보다. The other, 제이슨 씨가 무엇이냐고 물었다. The two clauses are connected by the suffix go, which is at the end of the initiating clause. The second clause is the continuing clause, which itself involves hypertaxes, one dependent clause, the other dominant one. In Korean, a dependent clause always comes before the dominant one. And here, the dependent clause relies on indirect speech in Korean. And next slide. Here, we see how the detailed reading on the reading to learn is conducted. The font is too small, I think, to read them aloud, but you can have a look at the handout. No, the booklets. The teacher says something like this. The next sentence has two parts. It tells us that Jason saw the white kimchi and asked what it was. And he continues, or he or she continues, can you see the first part? Now here, the teacher carefully prepares the students with what they need to know to comprehend the next sentence. And then, which I put as prepare here, and the teacher then asks a focused question on wordings. That's more like, can you see the first part? And student replies, 제이슨 씨가 백김치를 보고. Well, the student's task is to respond to teacher's question by identifying what it is. And then teacher says, precisely. What the teacher does here is that it's more like giving a positive response, isn't it? In general, the focused question is formulated in such a way that the answer should be clear. This does make the class very noisy, as the interaction is truly non-threatening. So everybody wants to talk. Everybody feels confident in responding to the teacher's question. And then teacher move on to next phase. So it's more like the verb 보고 tells us that there is more to come, doesn't it? So this part, this particular comment would be the elaborate on the task above, which was identify. So more like the teacher asked, can you see which part is the first part of this clause complex? And then after giving this elaboration, the teacher can go on to the focus and continues. Something like, which part of a verb indicates this? It's at the end of the verb. Well, the student should say something like 고, yes. And the teacher will respond, very good, and perhaps invite them to highlight the particular suffix and say something like highlight 고. And Now let's go back to slide 7. This one, yeah. In class, as we just saw, the prepare, focus, task, evaluate, elaborate teaching and learning cycle is deployed to support all learners to read the text with a detailed comprehension. The central task in detailed reading cycle is to identify wordings in the text, and the meanings of the wordings may then be elaborated. To repeat what is happening, first, the teacher carefully prepares students with what they need to know, then the focused questions. And the task of a student is to respond to teacher's focused question on wordings. Their responses are always positively evaluated. Students use highlighters to mark wordings on their own copy of the text. Then the teacher elaborates on the task. Elaborations are also used to introduce metalinguistic terms, which are useful for discussing their grammatical structure for descriptions. And now let's move on to slide 14, which is now this is the continuing clause in sentence 2, which itself involves hypertexts. Now the teacher gets the students to be prepared by saying something like this. The second part reports what Jason has asked. Looking at the white kimchi in the restaurant, he asked what it was. This reported speech consists of 2 parts as well. What it was and he asked. And then teacher asked the focused question. Can you see the 2 words that spell out Jason's question? That is, what it is? It's obviously clear, right? The student will say, 무엇이냐고. Then the teacher will respond exactly. And continues. And he asked, and students will say, 물었습니다. The teacher will say, very good. And elaborate, teacher will add, note that the clause 무엇이냐고 and the clause 물었습니다 are not equal relationship. We call this unequal complex structure hypertectic, where 무엇이냐고 is a dependent clause and 물었습니다 the dominant one. And perhaps teacher can utilize this chance to add some more. Note also that from a slightly different angle, we call 무엇이냐고 a projected clause, a projected locution clause, and 물었습니다 a projecting clause. Yes, obviously, this elaboration as the final step in the phase introduces metalinguistic terms as well as summarizing grammar points. If our approach was the other way around, we can easily see how discouraging this particular grammar point would have been. So trying to explain what is happening there and then get them to do some exercise and so forth. The approach here would be the other way around. Get them to build their confidence by focusing question was very obvious to answer. So the interaction would be very energetic. Now, after elaboration, the teacher continues. Now the word 이냐. Thanks, Jim. After elaboration, the teacher continues. Now the word 이냐고 is a special verb, also called a copula, which says something is. But here it has an ending that tells us that it is a reported question. That is, in combination with 무엇, it means someone asks what it was. Now this is preparation, and he or she will ask focused question. Can you see the reported question ending? Yeah, it's pretty obvious. So students will be confident in giving their response. Let's say, 냐고, and teacher, excellent. Highlight the ending, and then teacher can add something like, the ending 냐고 tells us that Jason has asked a question, not has made a statement, nor has issued a command, and so on. Let's call it the projected question ending for the time being, and then perhaps move to another sort of a cycle. I think if you continue to look at the slides there, you can see what I'm trying to say. And I now move to the second last slide to conclude, to close my presentation. Perhaps a joint rewriting step can follow this detailed reading. So a student can write on a whiteboard or smart board at the front of the class a constructed conversation piece based on the passage studied. So here, so far, we have studied a story text, but you can actually build a conversation out of this. That's what I'm talking about. And also, the students accept suggestions from their peers. And this creates opportunities for the teacher to make further comments on the grammar and help students with their spelling and so on if required. Then perhaps they can construct a new version of a story text on the whiteboard or a smart board, drawing on the list of highlighted wording and so on and so forth. Here is an issue as to the extent and the manner of the introduction of the terminology developed in our functional grammar. For instance, how much do we introduce these metalinguistic terms, and also how do we introduce them or do we introduce them in Korean or in English? Well, we'll leave it open. Having taught Korean in Australia, we can't really use all the classroom management languages in Korean all the time. But if sharing explicit knowledge about the language with the student is important, then the knowledge should be introduced gradually in teaching and learning cycle, perhaps making use of present preparation and also elaboration moves. Now the prepare, focus, task, evaluate, elaboration, inner cycle activities is very important in this teaching. It is here that the pedagogy creates opportunities for an excellent focus on structures which need special attention. In reading to learn pedagogy, when there is a student's struggle with a task, it is up to their teachers to adjust the teaching and learning cycle so that no student is left behind. Well, thank you for your listening. Thank you. Yeah. And this is the references that I mentioned.
Okay, thank you, Professor Shin, for your very informative presentation. And I heard that Korean is one of the most difficult languages for foreigners to learn. And I think that the analysis and the learning activities that are presented now will definitely contribute to facilitating the learning processes of non-Korean speakers. Okay, before I move on to the second presentation, I'd like to make a slight adjustment in my announcement. The presentation will last for about 20 minutes, not 30 minutes. So it's up to the presenters who will just proceed with the presentation. So, okay, let's move on to the second presentation. The second presenter is Professor Yegan John Doran from Catholic University. And the title of his presentation is Modeling Context, Genre and Register. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Well, thank you very much for having me, and thank you in particular to the organisers of the conference, Professor Yi and Professor Han, and also Professor Lee as well. And thank you all for coming. It's been really wonderful, or it's begun really wonderfully, and it will be wonderful throughout. So thank you very much for having me. So what I'm going to focus on here is how we can understand text in some sense. Systemic functional linguistics as an approach is an approach that really tries to understand naturally occurring language across a whole wide range of situations. It tries to understand written language, it tries to understand spoken language, and it tries to get out the purpose of any particular text so that we can then understand it to then develop applications like pedagogical and educational applications in language teaching, like Professor Shin just showed, or other applications in clinical or legal settings. What I'm going to focus on today is how we can get a sense of how texts are similar or different in some way in terms of their meanings. A major challenge in many areas of linguistics that focus on discourse is how to model different types of text. In particular, a long-standing challenge is how to understand texts in relation to their context, the similarities and differences between texts, and how these similarities and differences are realized through both language, but also things other than language, things like images, body language and gesture, music, film, mathematics, nuclear equations, whatever you're interested in, depending on the situation. For a linguistics that wants to be applied and be able to engage with real-world situations, we need to be able to see both language but all the things that aren't language and be able to understand how they work. So I'm going to try to step through how we might do this. And as I said, one major approach for exploring this challenge is systemic functional linguistics that you've had quite a lot of today, and if you came to the workshop yesterday, had even more of. SFL has modelled language and context in various ways to try to explicitly link language patterns and their meanings to various situations. Really importantly, context is not seen as something separate to language that just is completely different to language in some sense. But they're quite intrinsically linked, where language builds context and context shapes language very crucially. What that means is we need a way of being able to model context along very similar principles for how we model language so that we can see meaning in both. An influential model of language and context in this regard is a model developed by Professor Martin, that was mentioned also by Professor Shin here today, where we focus on context as two distinct levels. What's known as genre, which is the whole text patterns or the purposes of texts, and their structures, overarching structure. It's really quite crucial that the particular purpose of the text heavily determines the form that it will take, very much so. And register is how situations vary along a range of different dimensions that we'll step through. And then we have language, whether that be phonology or graphology, grammar or discourse, semantics, that realize these two levels. To give you an example, it might be a little small, but I will step it through. To give you an example of a genre or a text that is a genre, this is a text written by an elementary school child. The reason we use children's texts is because they fit in one PowerPoint slide, otherwise they're far too long, so we're using children's text here. and it's known as an exposition. An exposition is an argument. They're arguing for something, writing an argument. And in this case, they're arguing whether an amphitheatre should be built in a suburb of Sydney in Australia called Wiley Park. This exposition involves three main stages that without these stages, it would struggle to achieve its purpose. The first stage is a statement of position, where the student writes very explicitly what they're arguing for. This is something we all want our own students in their essay writing to do, to tell us what they're arguing for so we know. And if they don't do that, we really struggle to know. But they make it very explicit. I strongly believe that an amphitheatre in Wiley Park should be built for these following reasons. And then it gives a series of reasons. Statement of position. Then, in an argumentative text, you give arguments. You specify why. First, the amphitheatre in Wiley Park will bring more people to our area. Second, shops will earn more money. And last but not least, it is not only for grown-ups, but is also suitable for children. And this student elaborates on all of these arguments, but makes explicit what she's arguing for, an amphitheatre in Wiley Park, then gives a series of arguments. And then quite beautifully, she also does a final stage called a reiteration of position, where she restates what she's arguing for, reminds us what she's arguing for. In my opinion, from a child's point of view, I think it's going to be fun, and it's about time the council did something like this. Okay, this is one example of a genre. There are many genres. They vary enormously. But it gives us a sense that genres have different steps or different stages as they go. But what we want to look at is, how do they vary? How are genres similar or different to each other? And how can a genre vary along different dimensions? We're just going to touch on this by looking at a thing called register. Register is very big. We're only going to touch on a few things. But register. And there are three main components of register here. What's called field, basically the content meaning or the subject matter or what's going on. What you're doing affects how your language works. What you're talking about affects how you use language, the field, content. Tenor are the interpersonal relations, the resources for enacting social relations, so what my relationship is with you, for example, or any relationship. And mode are resources for organising information, how language manages to organise its information to make sense and work. Together, field, tenor and mode offer a set of resources for how we can compare and contrast texts, how we can see variation both within genres and between genres, all the way through. But importantly, because register and genre are aspects of context, they're not language as such, they're types of context, it's important that they can also engage with multimodal texts, like images, like mathematics, like whatever you happen to be looking at, film. Okay. To this point, the way we understand register has often not been explicit enough to be able to engage with genre and language. There are many models that focus on different things, but they haven't yet been able to reach to all the different things that we want them to do. What often happens is that analysis jumps from genre down to grammar, which makes sense because the SFL grammar is very rich. It's got meaning related to it, and so you very much can relate them to an extent. However, there is far too much variation in terms of grammar and discourse for this to be really, really effective. So what I'm going to do is illustrate a bit of a general model of register that can be used to understand how genres are similar or different to each other, what the defining features of a genre are, and how genres can be realised across multimodal texts. And we'll just focus on field and tenor here in particular. So starting with field. This is very general. There are many other things, but very general. A basic distinction in field is that we can distinguish between activities, which are events and unfolding actions, something happening. So the electron is emitting energy. There is something happening here. We can compare that with items, which is things and their relations. When nothing happens, we just have an item like electrons related to something else like leptons. This is both from physics. Electrons are types of leptons. Activities, events, items, things. This is a very simple distinction, but nonetheless, with this, we can already start to get a sense of different genres and how they work. For example, one genre used in a lot of the sciences in school is an explanation, where an explanation aims to explain how something works or how something came to be in some sense. Explain something. And what it does is involve a series of activities, series of events. So here's a written explanation. How does a rocket work? Rockets operate like jet engines on a plane. The pressure of burning gases inside builds up, pushing outwards in all directions. So the pressure of burning gases builds up, and then it pushes outwards in all directions. One event leads to another event. The gases are allowed to escape through a nozzle at the rear of the engine. Since it is pushing against the engine on one side and the air or space on the other, it creates a net force that moves exactly as air escaping from a balloon propels it forward. Don't worry if you didn't quite understand the physics behind how rockets work. But importantly for us is this text has a series of events, this, then that, then that, then that, then that. Series of activities. Oops. By contrast, explanations contrast with what's known as reports, where reports, also used in science, but they aim to describe something, and so they don't focus on events, they don't focus on activities, rather they focus on items, things. They classify them, they give types of items, or they give the part-whole relations. So, for example, another from secondary school, the Earth's surface. The outer layer of our planet is made up of 3 regions: the atmosphere, the lithosphere, the hydrosphere. The atmosphere is a mixture of gases. It also holds droplets of water and ice in the form of clouds. Nothing has happened in that text. There's no event. There's no activities. What it's doing is setting up a part-whole relation between the planet, its outer layer, and the atmosphere, the lithosphere, hydrosphere. Okay. Now, this is a very simple distinction, items and activities, but already we're able to distinguish a vast range of different texts just on that basis. But if we go further, although reports and explanations differ in terms of field, one is on items, one is activities, one has things, one has events, they're similar in other ways. If we look at it from the perspective of tenor, so what they're trying to do interpersonally, what they're trying to get someone else to do, in some sense, they all involve a series of what's called propositions, where propositions present knowledge or information in some sense. So a statement like, the atmosphere is a mixture of gases, presents information. Doesn't ask you to do anything, it just presents information. By contrast, proposals involve actions happening, or that's probably a better way, is they ask you to do something. They get you to do something. So adjust the burner to a blue flame, for example. It's telling you to adjust it. You're meant to actually follow up. Reports and explanations differ in terms of field, but they're the same in terms of tenor, being propositions. However, procedures, on the other hand, are texts aimed to get people to do something. They aim to explain how to do something. To observe ice cubes being heated. And after we've got the equipment, we step through a series of proposals where they tell you what to do and they expect you to do it. Place a few cubes of ice in a test tube. Hold the test tube with a test tube holder. Light a Bunsen burner. Adjust the burner to a blue flame. Gently heat the tube over flames and observe. do this, then this, then this, then this. In terms of tenor, this is very different to explanations and reports. Explanations and reports, you're not meant to do anything, you just read it and then you know it, sort of. Procedures, you're meant to do something. However, procedures are like explanations in another way. Oops, I've jumped ahead already. I'll get back to that next point. In addition, between propositions and proposal, tenor also distinguishes between how we can put forward meanings for someone to react to, what we call tendering, and reacting to them, giving a judgment, rendering some sort of judgment in some sense. So if I were to say hello to you, I would be tendering it, and then I hope that you render it by responding and say hello back. All of the genres so far have relied on putting meanings forward, so tendering meanings, whether these propositions, proposals, activity items, but none of them so far have rendered a judgment or an opinion as such. For example, in this, they don't tell you whether this is good or bad. They just tell you how the rocket works. They don't tell you whether it's any good or bad. But importantly, with explanations, you can. You don't have to, it's not a defining feature, but you can. You can set up an explanation maybe between two people where someone gives a judgment at every step of the way. So here is a classroom, somewhat similar to the text that Professor Chin mentioned before, where the teacher is evaluating at every step of the way. They're rendering what the student is putting forward. This electron is by definition accelerating. Why is it? Who can tell me, Tony? And Tony says, it changes direction. They put something forward, and the teacher says, right, correct. What did Maxwell say accelerating charges do? They emit EMR. And then the teacher says basically, correct, by repeating. They emit EMR, saying it's correct. So although explanations are based on activities, and they're based on propositions in terms of giving information, they're actually relatively free in terms of whether you make any judgments or not. It's not a defining feature whether you render a judgment or not. You can do it. It allows quite a lot of variation within the genre, in some sense, here. In this one, there's no judgment, there's no evaluation. In this one, there's quite a lot. But by contrast, the exposition genre we saw, the argumentative genre we saw, necessarily has to have some sort of rendered judgment or rendered opinion. You have to say something is good or bad other than, and if you don't, it doesn't achieve its goal. I strongly believe that an amphitheatre in Wiley Park should be built. In my opinion, from a child's point of view, I think it's going to be fun, and it's about time the council did something like this. This text, an exposition, relies on giving a judgment, rendering. But importantly, from the perspective of field, what you render, what you give a judgment on, doesn't matter. You can do it on items, you can do it on activities. So whereas explanations, the field is important, the tenor, variable. Expositions, the tenor is important, the field, up to you, allows variation in some sense. So an exposition can be for a proposal, an activity that an amphitheatre should be built in Wiley Park, or you might have an exposition that doesn't ask you to do something but argues, for example, that butterflies are the best animal in the world. It argues a proposition that something is true, allows variation here. With this very simple model of register, it's very simple, these distinctions, but with this simple model of register, we're able to see variations in genres in some sense. we're able to see the differences and similarities. And importantly, we can see that in terms of what is necessary for the genre. An explanation must be a series of activities for it to work, but what you do with tenor is quite variable, up to you. An exposition must involve rendering a judgment, but what you render that judgment on is quite up to you. This allows us to see similarities and differences between genres, but also possibilities for variation within genres. But in addition, and I'll wrap up with this, in addition, these distinctions and genres are so general, although they very much are linked with language patterns, they're realized by particular discourse, semantic, and grammatical patterns, they don't have to be. They can also be linked with multimodal texts. For example, we said an explanation. An explanation necessarily has a series of activities. This happens, then this happens, then this happens, then this happens. That's its kind of defining features from perspective of register. You can do that through language, or we can do this through an image. This is from a textbook. This is an explanation of what's known as protein synthesis, how proteins in our body come to be. But what we see is we have an activity. The genes in a DNA molecule split. This arrow says that something happens. And then we get what's known as transcription, which with the arrow leads to a particular thing called RNA. Don't worry if you don't know the biology. That's not the important thing. And then all of these arrows indicate that something else happens, which is called translation, which leads to a protein. Don't worry about any of the biology here. The important thing is the image, if you learn to read it, sets out an explanation just as language does and allows us to then compare how an image works with how a language text works. It also does this as a proposition. You're not meant to do anything after read this. You read it and you know it, sort of. Whereas, a procedure also has activities, but maybe as proposals. I don't know, is IKEA a thing here in Korea? Yeah? IKEA is famous for its instructions with no language. What it does is set up a series of activities that first you screw this into there, all of those, and then you do something else, you screw something else into there, and then you do some more screwing of things in and put the legs in. You can tell I'm not very good at building things. But series of activities all the way through, and of course they're proposals. They're meant to get you to do something afterwards. But they're done entirely in image. Importantly for us, by having such a general model of register and genre and context, we're able to see the similarities between this and the previous linguistic procedure and potentially then use that in our teaching or whatever we happen to want to be doing. So what I've just tried to do here is just present a very small fragment of a large model, very small, but to show how we can see key meaning-making patterns in different genres, both in terms of what is necessary and what is flexible, and see the different ways in which we can understand similarities and differences between monomodal and multimodal texts, which also more theoretically helps us allow to grasp one aspect of the relation between context and text. So I think at that I'll wrap up. Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, thank you, Professor Doran, for your very detailed presentation. And we were able to learn about the defining features of a specific genre, like explanation or report, or the relation between the content and text. And actually, I had the urge of asking questions after while listening to the presentations, but I'm going to save it for the general discussion session. And let's move on to the third presentation. And the third presenter is Professor Carl Mayton from University of Sydney. And the title of his presentation is Legitimation Code Theory and Systemic Functional Linguistics. Actually, he will join this conference via online. So although he's joining online, he will definitely be able to listen to your welcoming applause. So please welcome him with a round of applause.
Hello, can someone confirm to me that they can hear me? And that I'm getting a chat. Yes, and that you can also see my slides. Is that okay? Just waiting for confirmation. I can hear absolutely nothing. Yep, okay, great. Hi from Sydney. Today I'm going to discuss how a sociological framework called Legitimation Code Theory, or LCT, is valuable for linguists. Now, this talk is impossible. For one thing, LCT is a complex framework. It involves a series of concepts that explore different aspects of social reality, and it does so in a way that's different to how linguistics research is done. So it's not as simple as saying that LCT adds something empirical, such as it's good for studying organizations or something like that. LCT can be used to look at any social practices. What it offers is a different way of looking at those practices. So covering its concepts and its different ways of thinking would take a while. Second issue is that LCT is widely used by scholars and educators in conjunction with a dizzying array of concepts from systemic functional linguistics. So LCT is not associated with a specific part of SFL. It can be used alongside any of it. And finally, though there are many studies using LCT and SFL together, so far they've only explored a fraction of its potential. There are for example, new powerful concepts in LCT which have yet to be drawn on. And there are many parts of SFL that have not been explored in this way. So it's to talk about this collaboration is an enormous task. And I've got about 18.5 minutes left. So it's mission impossible in many ways. But what I will do is to briefly sketch one of the reasons why scholars and educators in SFL turn to use LCT as well, and also let you know where to find out more. Now, put simply, the main reason LCT is used by linguists is often to make a different kind of mission impossible into something more possible. Language is horribly complex, and SFL is just as complex. And that's just if we think only about doing language typologies. I mean, it gets even more complicated and difficult when you're exploring language in use in specific social contexts, as is done in educational linguistics and forensic linguistics and so on. Those contexts have their own ways of working, their own what we call in LCT rules of the game, which are more than just about language. So when studying social practices, it gets complex very, very quickly. And one reason, one valuable use of LCT anyway, is that it can help by analyzing those social contexts and practices in ways that cut through the complexity to make a seemingly impossible task just that bit more possible. I'll explain what I mean. First, let's start with what is LCT. Well, LCT is a toolkit of concepts, analytics, and methods It's built from and for empirical research, and it enables us to both analyze and shape practice. It's used to explore many different issues in education. It's used to study all kinds of institutions from preschool to university, all kinds of practices such as research and curriculum and pedagogy and assessment and so on, and all kinds of subjects from physics to ballet. It's also used well beyond education to explore museums and courtrooms, and the news media, the creation of new political constitutions for countries, and many other things. LCT is it's a sociological framework, but it's a multidisciplinary community as well that includes research centers in Sydney and Johannesburg and research groups around the world, and it's having a major impact. So, for example, every trainee teacher in South Africa now learns LCT as a key part of their professional knowledge. In most studies so far, LCT has been used to look at education and especially at knowledge, but LCT is not sociology of education or a sociology of knowledge. That would be like calling SFL a linguistics of education because it's been used to study classroom discourse. LCT is actually a sociology of legitimacy in all its forms. It's a sort of sociology of possibility. It's a means of analyzing and shaping what is viewed as possible, what is viewed as legitimate. And that focus comes from its wider understanding of society. Put simply, and this builds on very big figures in sociology, LCT recognizes that different social fields have their own ways of working, their own resources, their own forms of status, and that people struggle over those resources and status. They try to define success in ways that suit themselves. In other words, what people say and do are languages of legitimation or messages about what should be considered worthwhile. So, for example, if we all went to an art gallery, if I somehow managed to appear in Korea suddenly, and I took us all to an art gallery and I led a discussion on the art that we see there, you might learn some knowledge about art, but I'd also be teaching you that art is worth your time and attention, that it's important to discuss art, and that it's important to see firsthand the art that you're discussing. And I wouldn't need to say any of those things explicitly. They're all things that are being taught and perhaps learned as well. So there's more to what we say and do than what we actually say and do. And LCT helps to explore those messages about what's valuable. And also the relations of power between people with different ideas of what's valuable. So it's the balance of power between those different visions that determines what is seen as possible or not, what's seen as legitimate or illegitimate. Now that may sound like a fairly abstract object of study compared to, say, language, but what matters more than the object of study, even if we did accept that SFL is a study of language, which is very contentious given its ambition. But what matters more than the object of study is really the questions that are asked about any object of study by an approach. That was said by both Michael Halliday and by Basil Bernstein, whose ideas influenced LCT. It's the questions that make the approach. SFL asks linguistic questions of a particular kind of social practices, and also social practices far wider than language, including education and body movement and images and so on, as you just heard from Jagen. LCT asks sociological questions of those same practices, such as, what is the basis of what's seen as possible? By whom, when, where, and how? And how are these possibilities shaped, maintained, and changed? Put another way, LCT reveals the basis of achievement in the social context. It tells us the rules of the game of any set of practices. And the key concepts for doing that are what are called organizing principles that come together as legitimation codes. And these principles explore to what degrees are practices complex or simple, how abstract or concrete are they, how much do they depend on procedures, how much do they depend on personal experience? Are they seen as native to a context or as coming from outside? They're some of the organizing principles that we conceptualize as concepts like semantic density and semantic gravity. A second key set of tools are analytics. That is, they're ways of visualizing analysis that each reveal new patterns and give us new insights. LCT has planes and profiles and pathways that basically show patterns of changes in those principles, such as the patterns of changes in the complexity of a set of practices over time. And those patterns are crucial as well in what's seen as legitimate or possible. Patterns are one of the rules of the game for success and failure. I'll come back to a pattern soon called semantic waves. And they're part of what is seen, they're part of the basis of success in, for example, education. Okay, so the next question in this brief talk is how these ideas are being used alongside SFL and why. Well, the first thing to note is that there is no one-to-one relationship between specific concepts in SFL and specific concepts in LCT. This table is a very condensed history of interactions created by Jim Martin and myself, and it identifies a series of stages that begin well before LCT emerged. Begins with ideas from Basil Bernstein, whose framework is one of the foundations of LCT. In the 1960s and the 80s and 90s, ideas from Bernstein were drawn upon or engaged with by leading SFL scholars to explore or to resolve issues that they faced. And those phases of interaction often involved bringing together one main concept with another, such as coding orientation from Bernstein's approach and semantic variation from SFL. But in this century, from the 2000s onwards, LCT emerged as an approach in its own right. And from then on, interaction spread across the frameworks, both the frameworks. And as new concepts have emerged in LCT, they have led to more and more collaborations. So this began with concepts that are called specialization, which explored the degree to which practices are based on things like specialist procedures and specialist techniques and so on, and the degree to which they're based on things like personal experience and who you are and personal dispositions and things like the cultivated taste, cultivated ear for music and things like that. About a decade ago, the creation of concepts called semantics, apologies for the use of the same word as is often used in linguistics, but the creation of a set of concepts called semantics in LCT led to new collaborations. And those concepts looked at things like context dependence and complexity, and they've been used in conjunctions with SFL concepts from across the ranks and strata and hierarchies. And more recently, autonomy and constellations and other concepts are appearing. They've yet to be truly engaged with, not in great detail, but they may lead to all sorts of new engagements with all sorts of new parts of SFL. So there's no one-to-one relationship between specific concepts. Any concept from one framework can be used alongside or next to concepts from another. It's not like semantics relates to appraisal or something like that. Both frameworks can be used to analyze the same phenomena separately, and then those analyses are brought together. And that gives us more explanatory power in many cases. Why do SFL scholars, why do linguists use LCT at all? I mean, it's not a linguistic theory. In fact, actually, that's the answer, because it's not a linguistic theory. There are many reasons, though. There are many reasons, that's one of them. Many reasons ranging from the fact that the creator of LCT is charming and handsome, to the way it offers a lot more explanatory power, precisely as I said, because it's not linguistics, it's something else. So I'm going to focus on one reason only, and why it's used together, why they're used together. And I'm going to refer to an LCT idea that's been widely used by SFL scholars and educators. So as I said, language is horribly complex. SFL as a model of language is extremely complex. And I mean, its internal language, rank, strata, hierarchy, and so on, are relatively simple, but it's evolved an enormous array of concepts that are descriptors of various features of language. And it often reminds me of a sort of mixing desk in a recording studio, It has a lot of concepts, just like all those buttons and faders and so on. Some concepts are just on-off, the features are absent or they're present. Some concepts have several settings, such as 4 possible choices. Some concepts may be on a continuous range or climb. Now, in a recording studio, as a song is being recorded, all these buttons and switches and faders are all being adjusted all the time or left as they are. And similarly, the features of languages are continuously being maintained or adjusted through social practices. I've chosen photographs that show hands changing the settings deliberately because there are people involved in making these choices about linguistic resources, and they're occurring in particular contexts that have particular ways of working. Now, it's hard enough to study language itself, but SFL is committed to social justice and to being applicable. So it's often focused on how language is used in contexts and who's doing well in that context and who's doing badly. I'm thinking here of the large body of work looking at areas like education or the law or medicine and so on. And at that point, you have an incredibly complex set of features to track, and you have a lot more to deal with because practices in social contexts are not just language exchanges. They involve differences in power, differences in the ability to know what the rules of the game are in that context, differences in the ability to do what that context currently rewards as successful, and differences in the ability to change that basis of achievement. At that point, it can seem like mission impossible. Now, that's not a limitation of SFL. It's just one reason why there's more than one discipline and more than one theory in the world. And it's one reason that linguists have used LCT. For LCT allows us to analyze the organizing principles that underlie practices, including the extremely complex and constantly changing sets of linguistic features. And it does so in a way that gets at those differences in relations of power. Take, for example, the widely used LCT idea of semantic waves. For those who don't know what this is, this is going to be a semantic profile. It's one of the analytics of LCT. It reveals patterns. On the left, SG stands for semantic gravity, which is the context dependence of practices from very context dependent at the bottom to much less context dependent at the top. SD stands for semantic density, which is the complexity of practices, such as, and that goes from weaker at the bottom, from simpler to much more complex at the top. And each of those concepts can be used to analyze changes in practices over time, such as through a text or in a classroom or through your entire life. And we can draw those changes on a profile, like this highly simplified one, where they're both moving together in the same way. And what we see here is one form of what's called a semantic wave. It's moving up and down. It's changing in terms of the complexity of the practices, and it's changing, for example, in the complexity of the knowledge being expressed, and also it's changing in terms of the context dependence of the knowledge being expressed in that case. Right, so now semantic waves describe moves back and forth, as I've said, between simple and complex, concrete and abstract, and so on. And if we take education as an example, studies using these ideas show that semantic waves are key to building knowledge over time. And they're also what's rewarded in student assignments. They're a key to success. They're one of the rules of the game. It might begin with a summary of general and abstract ideas, for example, in an essay, go down to a concrete and specific example, back up to a theoretical idea that it exemplifies, or from an abstract idea down to an example and up to another one, or so on. There's many, many ways that they can move up and down. But what studies suggest is that this is what's rewarded in education, this ability to move up and down, wave up and down. And we believe that students come to education with different abilities to do this waving up and down. Now, this simple idea allows us to make sense of one aspect of what you would find if you analyze those essays or those classrooms with SFL. You'd find an enormous number of linguistic features going on. You'd find all sorts of things just in appraisal. And then you've got other things that, periodicity and transitivity and the use of grammatical metaphor and so on and so on and so on. The question would be, which of these many, many features are salient? Why are those particular features coming together as a package? And why are they rewarded on them? And that's how LCT can sometimes help, because it may turn out that it's a semantic wave that's being rewarded, and that's what is going on when grammatical metaphor is brought in at certain points, and various features of periodicity are being brought in at another. Now, that's obviously not the only way they're used together, but it illustrates very, very, very briefly and vaguely how they can shed light on complementary features of a phenomenon. In that case, SFL is revealing all these linguistic resources. That actually, by the way, shows is that I'm focusing on what LCT can do for SFL, but I mean, for LCT, this shows huge amounts of difference where LCT might only see similarity. We might only see things moving up and down and not realizing that one move up is caused by something completely different to another move up, and that all these different linguistic resources are coming into play. Similarly, and the other way around, so conversely, this simple wave can bring together what would be otherwise perhaps a bewildering array of different complex resources that are being brought into play in just one context or one text. And when that also enables us to do practical interventions, teachers and students are being taught how to use waves to analyze how to succeed in assignments or how to build knowledge in classrooms. And they're also being taught using ideas from SFL alongside that, such as using technicality and nominalization and structuring paragraphs in waves that wave up and down. Okay, now, of course, I barely touched on how SFL and LCT work together. If we just take that one, well, those concepts I've mentioned, semantic gravity, semantic density, I mentioned them very, very briefly. They've been used these are just 3 examples on the slide of how they've been used with SFL: genre theory, appreciation, field. There are other aspects of SFL that can be used and many other topics as well. But my aim here in this very brief talk was just to whet your appetite and make you wonder whether it might be worth looking into. And if you want to know more, the LCT website has a page on SFL, and all LCT papers are free to download from the database on the website. That includes a paper by myself and Jagen, who you just heard before me, on code theory and SFL, and one about how to do research that uses them together, that discusses a major project I did with Jim Martin, who you heard earlier. And there are many papers on the ideas I've mentioned in passing, like semantic waves, and lots of papers using both theories together. LCT is also a very friendly community, so feel free to contact any of us, and we might be able to help you to make the mission possible of your research just that little bit more possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mayton, for your remarkable presentation. Actually, I heard about the LCT for the first time in this presentation, and it was a very great opportunity for me to get a glimpse of the theory, and it was also particularly amazing to see the interdisciplinary potential of the theory. Thank you, Professor Mayton. Okay, last but not least, I'd like to introduce the 4th presenter. The fourth presenter is Professor David Butt from Macquarie University, and the title of his presentation is Polarity in Recent Neuroscientific and Evolutionary Debate. How might a functional linguistics assist in integrating the opposing views? So again, he's joining online. So.
Thank you so much to the organisers of this wonderful conference and for the privilege it is to speak to people working in similar or cognate fields in another culture. Thanks very much for the chance. I am assuming that people are getting to know SFL, and one of the issues that comes up often in literatures in East Asia as well as Europe is that it's socio-linguistic and not cognitive. It doesn't deal with cognitive, and this is meant for a lot of people in the past that somehow or other some linguistics that's cognitive is very scientific, and socio-linguistic orientations are somehow or other less likely to be falsifiable and shown to be scientific. Michael Halliday had very strong views on this, and I'm going to talk to you today about some of the work he had that, or his enduring interest, which doesn't get treated sufficiently, and that is his interests in Darwinism, the evolution of language, and the evolution of the brain and the human body. All of these were part of decades of work which I had the great privilege to witness and to sometimes share. I just might have to move my picture across a bit. Next. Sorry. Now, the topic, sorry about the slide here. I'm starting from a general view, what goes on between people and what goes on within a person. These are two domains that we can set out from, start a conversation and feel like we agree on. Gregory Bateson in 1980 made a wonderful insight into the kind of complexity that Carl Mayton was talking about earlier. And that was that the whole of the human nervous system and intelligence was based on a very simple principle, and that principle was news of difference. This is in his book, Mind in Nature, 1980. Now, I want to set out and show how Halliday sits now with respect to recent neuroscientific debate, because in most of my career, and I'm sure Jim and others, Jim Martin and others have had the same experience, we've been up against, from about 1957, 1960, up against the assumption that there is an innate syntactic domain or organ in the brain, localized in the brain, and the linguist's scientific business was to explain it, to find out what its guiding principles were, and we were to accept that it existed on the basis that the environments within which children grew up and became language speakers, that these environments were somehow or other impoverished of the information needed to really produce the syntax, the grammar, the complexity of language. And since that time into the 21st century, we're seeing an utter change, particularly in the neuroscientific area, where the whole use and interconnection of 86 billion neurons supplies a different idea. One of the big changes of the ideas is in, say, 1985, it was very common for everyone to assume that the brain was modular, that there was these little bits. It was based on the notion of Broca's area and Wernicke's area on the left side of the brain was supposedly language-specific areas. There was very little evidence for this when it was posited in the 19th century, and there's even less evidence for it today. I won't go into all the details, but certainly people without or with damaged Broca's don't necessarily get Broca's aphasia, and it's a contentious issue that needs to be re-examined. And it was part of an era when it was just assumed, and the negative view of it was that the brain was like a Swiss Army knife. You could pop out all different functions and they had a very specific location in the brain. Now, how does Halliday sit with this? Well, he came through linguistics, which involved the collective consciousness, talked about by Saussure. He's to semiology, Saussure's word, semiotics. Halliday's interested in meaningful systems. But of course, Halliday's training, as the initial picture of him in China, was very, very much focused on the observation of instances, of particularities, of dealing with the language expressions and the language contexts which he was seeing in China and across the world. And this is part of his strong contextual calibration of language with the social order. But one of the things that's often missed when people talk about Saussure and linguistics and the social orientation of Saussure's linguistics is that in Saussure's important writings, something like the little diagram I have down here where there's alphas and A's, betas and B's, gammas and G's, deltas and D's. He looked at the structure of the brain in relation to signs and sign systems. And this little diagram is not discussed in most of the, well, certainly Paul Thibault, various SFL practitioners have written copiously on issues to do with Halliday's work in the brain, as has Halliday himself. But it's amazing how little attention is paid to that important diagram. In a longer and different address, I would try and show you how that diagram actually anticipates the Nobel Prize winning scientist Gerard Edelman's view of the what he called something like a highway of connections, internal connections in the core of the brain related to consciousness. But moving on, I'm moving to the notion of a polarity. One of the critical things about claims about language in the brain is that language is often treated as a process of learning, as though, or perception and learning, essentially a cortical phenomenon. To do, well, humans are supposedly, we were told humans were the only ones that were truly semiotic. That was something, another section that we were charged with over time, that there's something totally unique about humans. And it was related, well, what part of the brain is extraordinary in the human? And of course, it's the size and disposition of the cortex, neocortex. And of course, cognitive linguistics has plumbed the depths of the cortical overlay of the brain. And in doing that, has focused on things like language as a form of knowledge and perception. However, more recently, particularly through the very influential work of people like Antonio Damasio, there's been a strong emphasis on seeing how the problem of emotions, which are particularly tied to the notion of how you feel as a person, the quality of consciousness, the sense that you have that, yes, I know what it's like to be a person, to have a life, and I can think about that life, and that rather than turn to the cortical experimental forms that have been related to cognition, Damasio has pointed out that there is a biological idiom, leitmotifs, a biological value from the subcortical areas where, in fact, the brain and consciousness are about creating maps of how well the homeostatic levels of the human are going. So, for instance, if you have a constriction on your breathing and you're asleep, you're unconscious asleep, and you'll be brought to consciousness because you've wavered off the homeostatic preferred states that the human has to maintain. Humans need to be automatic in their background running. And the maps that Damasio talks about are also taken up, or something similar, by Mark Soames, whom I'm going to talk about, who talks about, in his work, the brain stem origins of consciousness and feelings. So emotions and consciousness are seen as tied up together issues. If you're talking about one, you're talking about the other. And he's pointed out with these amazing photographs of children who may have been born with totally without a cortex. So here's a hydrocephalic child who still can experience the joy of having a little brother on her lap. And this claim then is that consciousness does not need a cortex. So where are we going? We come back and we find that if the brain stem, which is the oldest part of the brain, it's the part of the brain that we share with anything with a backbone, going right back 540 million years, at least. Well, about that, 525 million years. And if that's the case, there's an opposing view that says, in relation to emotion at least, that in fact, this is Lisa Feldman Barrett, you'll see her there. Feldman Barrett has claimed, look, for a number of decades, there have been 4 major investigations of whether or not human emotions have an underlying neuronal signature. Can we say that there are primary emotions in the way that various people have claimed? And most of us have intuitions about this. You know, you go in the, oh, that person looks guilty. Why don't they feel grief the same way I do? The idea being that a lot of us assume that there's a kind of universal structure under our emotions. And this is extremely important to systemic functional linguistics, because one of the claims that Halliday made was in the different forms of language we can have, the crucial issue is that the interpersonal function of language is likely to be first. It comes first with the child and the mother, and it's elaborated out, and it's through the emotional and interpersonal structures that we're able to bring in the world that Jim Martin has described with his grammatical map of systemic functional linguistics, that Jagen has pointed out with generic and registerial types. And it's here that you get the legitimacies of action that come from Bernstein's work and Carl's previous talk. So it's really important to systemic functional linguistics how you play out this debate. Here are the 3 books that I'm using as a gradation. The Hidden Spring by Soames pushes for the idea of universal emotions based on the work of Panksepp and uses some of Damasio's maps. And Feldman Barrett, who is at the top percentage of people cited in the science of neuroscience, she says, hang on, you've made a mistake. There is no signature to primary emotions. They are constructed. And this is where Halliday comes in. What are they constructed out of? Well, let's put the diagrams together. We can see the yellow over here is the polarity I'm talking about. The theory of constructed emotion on the one hand, and Soames and the idea of the brainstem origin of consciousness and fundamental emotions. Why should we, well, it's very similar to the problem we have had for decades in linguistics between the idea, say, of Chomsky, that there are just given syntactic universals, that's all about it. You've just got to look at the poverty of the stimulus, according to Chomsky, i.e. that children don't have a rich enough background. And of course, Halliday's shown that that's not something you can assume whatsoever in his Learning How to Mean. And we've had in linguistics the opposing view to the Chomsky approach, and that is to do with Benjamin Lee Whorf's work and the idea that there's a deep relativism. And this is where Feldman Barrett's work comes in, because she says that the way in which the cortex, or the whole brain works, is to combine neuronal cortical systems so that you get a constructed emotion based on the contexts which you've actually experienced when you've used words like sadness, grief, joy, excitement, enthusiasm. She says that the culture and the language categories have been the defining element. So this construction in neuroscience has recapitulated the universalist versus the constructionist view. And there's a way out of this. I think if you look at Soames's, you'll have to click through these at your own pace sometimes. Soames's brainstem region talks about the primacy of affect. So interpersonal first, like where you can see Peter White and Jim Martin working in appraisal and affect theory, and many of us working in that. I work in psychiatry with psychiatrists that just assume when you wake up in the morning, the important thing is not what you know, but how you feel. And this is just, taken for granted in that kind of environment of where trauma is constantly being discussed. And the homeostasis argument is mentioned there too. If you get Feldman Barrett, she opposes the intuitive notion that we all share a basic set of emotions. She points out that we have not been able to find a neuronal fingerprint for any basic emotion. And she says, and this is where the linguist comes in, the culturalist, if you love the work of Bernstein and of Worf, the whole idea of the habitual patterns of cultural contexts and languages as category makers. The instances bunch into what needs to be called, and this is Lisa Feldman Barrett says, population thinking. Now, population thinking is essentially the kind of Darwinian changes that we see so beautifully illustrated in language variation over time and over region. And in fact, of course, for those of you who like to read Charles Darwin's work, he used language as a prime example of the changes he was interested in. So that's covered there. You can see from this diagram how, somewght different from what Jagen said, you can see how Halliday's model is actually quite simple. But it's Jagen's view is cognate to this as well. The general uses of language get pushed into social contexts that we recognise, situation types. The meanings that are exchanged, interpersonal and ideational meanings, building the world, building human enactment of emotions and relations, they're bonded by textual resources, which in most models in the 1960s were just left out. The whole idea of cohesion had to be brought back, just like the idea of context and pragmatics had to be pulled back into language. And suddenly you see with Halliday's work, I'm aware I'm pushing for time, most of the terms that are fundamental to Halliday, the choice, the resource notion, that everything in a linguistic system is not causal, but based on recodings of recodings of recodings, or value. The word value is so important to all of the neuroscientists I've mentioned so far. The idea that you can get extraordinary complexity out of 5 or 6 different terms in a network. The fact that the values are probabilistic. He's always been based his linguistic change on probabilistic changes, and that the system is always adaptive and open, very Darwinian, very much also like Terence Deacon's work, if you've been looking at his attempt to look at the evolving brain and the evolution of language together. Interpersonal first, it's affect-driven, like the interest in systemics for elaborating child language development with people like Claire Painter and Jane Torr and Michael Halliday, Ruqaiya Hassan's examination of Bernstein's work in later years. And it's linguistics organised around persons, around groups, specific groups. It doesn't start with the assumption of universality. And it's always been embodied. Right from the teacher, J.R. Firth. A lot of people talk rubbish about Firth's work. They say, oh, well, it's all social. And certainly Firth emphasised the social, but there are many references to the limitations of evidence from the brain and emphatic comments that he made, J.R. Firth being Halliday's teacher or his supervisor. And Firth's comments were rather well directed to the predominance of responsibility of the brain for movement and other bodily gestural behaviours. The emphasis on Darwin and Shannon, and I think I've been very interested in Randy LaPolla, another expert in Chinese language, Randy LaPolla's argument that you can build the complexity of language out of a very simple inference expectation. Now, one of the terms that I think is very important is realization. Working with psychiatrists as I have, you get diagrams like this that show you how the brain is much like language. It's built on very many levels that realize one another. It's not a simple causal mechanical thing. So if you look at the bottom graphs on this diagram, you'll see that people that suffer very seriously from borderline personality disorder, the graph of their ERP, these are event-related potentials, have two heads. The normal subjects, one. Now, have you found the cause of it? No, it's the way in which these wave patterns realise a problem of a more general multi-level kind, much like we have in language where, well, Halliday beautifully took up this whole issue by examining the language of pain and looking in detail at how English and what percentages of that wheel were in different domains of transitivity. How do humans in English favour the expression of pain? Now, Chrysalou Laskaratu has written a book on Greek, and she's shown how modern Greek uses a different emphasis. So you're seeing something like Feldman-Barrett's. We see the cultural and language-based categorisation of fundamental shared experience. Feldman-Barrett's argument is very well illustrated by Halliday's examination of the language of pain. And of course, the Greek study, which is also a corpus study, is very interesting because it's different. And we could also, though, go to Soames and say that what brings us all together is the word context. He admits, Mark Soames, he's a pugilist, he's a good arguer, but he sees the contextualizing of the cortex as really important. And I think this big issue of whether we go and think of the emotions and consciousness as something being constructed, or whether we see it coming up as a kind of dynamic and primary universal legacy that all humans have. The issue is what happens to the context in which you have this shared experience. So I haven't got time. I realise now that I'm supposed to be sticking to 20 minutes. There are extra citations here. I'd also just say, look at Roman Jakobson's book in 1973, one of the most important books I ever found when I was an undergrad, Main Trends in the Science of Language. He saw what I came to linguistics to try and elaborate. Jakobson saw that there was a strong analogy between the system of language and other natural systems, other human systems, and that we could use the analogy between language to explore the organisation of living systems that we couldn't get at. You see, one of the wonderful things about language and evidence is that language is, or part of it is exosomatic. It's outside the body as well as inside. And the outside the body part allows us to think, as Halliday has, about the critical terms that you need in a theory. What's amazing to me, and I'm constantly rereading Halliday and I feel like I've got to go back and do it again, is that his language, the list of terms from network to value to the simple out of the simple producing the complex, his terms have set me up as a researcher to embrace the neuroscience of the 21st century, when it seemed that Halliday, or certainly many people have said, Halliday has overlooked the cognitive side. Yes, he doesn't use the word cognition very often, but he has been focused deeply on evolution Darwinism, and the coevolution of language and the brain. As the great biologist Jacques Monod said, he said, you know, it's not that humans invented language, it's that language created humans. And Jacques Monod is a biologist who in 1943 realized that E. coli, a simple bacteria, could make a choice between what is best sugar for its survival as against what is less optimum for its survival. So we now know, and over decades of work from people like Shapiro, that the critical issue is there are life choices going on at all different levels. And Halliday's open, dynamic system with variation and probability based on networks which can go from simple, looking at a child, interpersonal, textual, what can the child do? And then here, a network of the verbal group, which contains or encompasses between 72,000 and 100,000 different possible combinations. I'll go on sometime to, maybe in another talk, to show how the textual idea, which is so important in Halliday, can be applied through cohesion to studies of dissociation in psychiatry, even measurements of whether or not a passage in the interaction between the psychiatrist and the patient, whether there is a building of cohesion and of intricacy, interrelationship, both of the context and of the wording, using some of Ruqayya Hassan's work on cohesion. And I can, these are books that we've contributed to in working with psychiatry and borderline personality disorder. And this is a PhD completed by the head of the psychiatric area on psychotherapy at our Westmead Hospital in Sydney. I've got two slides of references. I was originally, there were some papers suggested I was going to talk about medico-legal situations. These are medical legal situations, and I've recently been involved in a situation where a woman who was considered the most hated woman in Australia because she was convicted of killing her 4 children. Using linguistics, we've been able to turn back 1/2 of the evidence that convicted this poor woman for 20 years. And on the other hand, the medical evidence has changed, has meant that there is now a second review of these charges. And I'm sure that on the basis of the new medical evidence and the linguistic evidence that I've submitted, there's no case to keep her any longer in prison. So, but those cases and examples are just so well crystallized by simple aspects of the grammar, like distinguishing between the subject as responsible and the subject as instrumental and action, the kinds of things that Halliday taught us. I'd better leave it there. Thanks very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Professor Butt, for your innovative presentation. I knew that SFL can be applied to various fields, the crossing boundaries of disciplines, but it was really surprising to see that it is even can be used in analyzing the neuroscientific discourses. So this is the end of the 4 presentations, and thank you all for the 4 presenters for your valuable presentations. So from now on, we are going to have the general discussion session. So for this session, if you have any questions or some suggestions to make or any kind of issues that you want to raise for the discussion, please. Oh, okay. He just suggested that let's have a 10-minute break and resume the session again. So Now it's 3:15, so let's have a 10-minute break to 3:25 and resume the discussion session again. Thank you. No questions? Is there a microphone for the questioner?
된다.
감사합니다. 네네. 예. 네, 그러면 질문을 하도록 하겠습니다. 아까 통역이 제공된다고 하셔서 제가 한국어로 질문을 하도록 하겠습니다. 우선 그 신기현 교수님께 대한 질문인데요. 예, 그 수업 한국어 교실에서 학생들에게 이렇게 어떤 구조가 있는 틀이 있는 거를 제시를 하셨고 프리페어라든지 뭐 포커스 이렇게 affirm해서 쭉 제시를 하셨고 그 다음에 이제 문법을 자세히 설명하시는 그런 게 되게 저는 학생들과 또 교사들에게 굉장히 많이 도움이 된다고 생각합니다. 그래서 되게 흥미롭게 들었고요. 굉장히 저도 제 번역 수업에 적용하고 싶은 잘 배워가지고 그런 내용으로 굉장히 도움이 많이 된다고 생각합니다. 한 가지 약간 우려가 되는 것은 이제 그 레이블 텀이 좀 있어가지고 학생들한테 뭐 그걸 가르칠 필요는 없지만 교사들도 때에 따라서는 레이블이 이제 한두 개 나오기 시작하면은 조금 어려워하지 않을까 그게 약간 우려가 있어서요. 그래서 교수님께서는 혹시 수업 시간에 그런 걸 어떻게 해결을 하셨는지 그런 경험담을 좀 나눠주시면은 감사할 것 같고요. 예. 그다음에 도란 교수님한테 질문을 또 해도 될까요? 아니면 이따가 나중에 할까요? 사회 하시는 분.
그럼 먼저 첫 번째.
예.
이렇게.
Do I speak in Korean or English? Well, the question was the terminology can create a bit of problems for students, and Kyung-hee wants to share my experience with my students and how I handle with those problems with the terminology. Luckily or unluckily, I've been teaching for the last few years only the beginner's level and also intermediate level, where I could use English mainly when I explain things to them. And that's why I said we'll leave it open. But if I have to teach advanced level, perhaps at some stage, I would have to introduce those terminologies in Korean, perhaps. But having said that, it's basically my students in my class are there to learn Korean rather than, say, linguistics. So that I need to draw a line somewhere, whether I move too much on the linguistic side or just as a help, I introduce certain terms and concepts. I'm quite a sort of practical person, so I have to draw the line somewhere depending on the students that I have in my class. Not sure whether I have answered your question fully, but this has been my experience.
Okay, thank you, Professor Shin. And are there any other questions? I think there might be a lot of questions, but I think you need some time to sort out your questions. So I'd like to first ask a question to Professor Doran, as I mentioned earlier. And during your presentation, you mentioned that you think the multimodal text use a certain grammars that is different from the language. And recently, I've analyzed some book covers from the multimodal perspective using the SFL concept. And to me, it was relatively not that difficult for me to figure out the interpersonal meanings or textual meanings, analyzing the color, the meanings of color and the lines and the positions or placement of pictorial elements. So it was not that a big trouble. However, for me, it was not that easy to figure out the ideational meanings realized in the book covers in particular. Book cover is a multimodal text with a lot of, with some certain written elements like blurbs or titles and some pictorial elements. So in this kind of multimodal text, how can we analyze the ideational meanings on the book cover? And actually, it is possible to realize the ideational meanings in the book covers?
Yeah, this is a very, very good and big question about how we understand meaning in different modes, like book covers or images more generally. There is a long tradition in SFL of using metafunctions. So as you said, using the interpersonal and the textual and the ideational. And sometimes that seems to work really well. As you said, the interpersonal of the book covers and the textual seem to work. However, one of the key things about using different modes is that certain modes are better at doing certain things than others. And language is very good at building ideational meaning. Compared to most semiotic resources, language can build very complex ideational meanings that a lot of other resources struggle to do. So I think you could try to analyze if, say, the image in terms, or the book covers images in terms of ideation. However, I find if you find that there isn't much there, the question could become then, how does the ideation get onto the book cover? And I would imagine that much of it comes via language, as a guess. And so the book cover is multimodal and possibly uses language to organize the ideation, as a guess, and image and color to organize the interpersonal and textual. So I think with multimodal texts, it's important that we don't just focus on one of the ways of meaning, we focus on all of them, the language and the image and anything else, and see what aspects are doing what work at different times. So if you're not finding much ideation in the image, that's probably because the language is doing it. And that's a major challenge, how we manage to model these things, because as soon as we look at real text, there are so many different resources and so many different ways of making meaning that coming from a linguistics background and a grammar background, we want to try and describe that way. But there's so many of them that it's difficult to be able to do that. And so being able to compare like that and look at the whole text, I think is very important. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your answer. It resolves a lot of my questions. Okay, then any other questions from the floor? Yes? Please get the microphone to her.
Hi, my name is Eun-hee Seo. I'm from George Mason University, Korea. So I'm not actually in Korean education, I'm in English education field. And even my students in our context, they are English as a second language users, not English as foreign language users. And also I came across this theory from a person that I met at a conference years ago. And I find it very useful as an English teacher, also to teach students. But the theory itself is also very technical. There are so many terms that you have to learn to be really able to play with it. And domestically in Korea, we have also many conferences where the applied linguistics and people in the applied linguistics field and English education come together, and I have seen some professors and scholars who are interested in SFL theory, maybe applying in different fields. So for me, I'm more interested in writing, but some are interested in maybe speaking and also semiotics in other areas. So, and it's wonderful that Korean Language Association is doing this kind of work, bringing these top scholars in the field of SFL and having this conference. But I'm also wondering whether we as a English education scholars and practitioners, there might be something that we can do, and just given your model, like how you have been so successful in Australia, and the interests are very scattered, so maybe some people are interested in translation, and others are teaching, maybe others purely just looking at the linguistics. So I'm wondering whether there is something that we can also model or learn from your examples in Australia. And not that I want to start, but yeah, so we just want to learn how we can bring people together with similar interests. When I go to international conference, we have this SFL interest section where people can get together, but I haven't seen that in Korea, especially in the field of English education. So I just like to hear your stories, how you have been very successful. Thank you.
I can just pick this up and talk. I wish that David Rose were here to try and answer your dilemma, because he and his colleagues have been wrestling with this problem for many decades now. A couple of things to say is that what seems to be successful is a top-down approach which starts from genre and moves through register to the discourse semantics, and maybe doesn't actually move much further than that. That means that in some sense you're avoiding huge realms of technicality that have been developed for the grammar. Now, some people approach things very differently, but I think that David and his colleagues are right that things having to do with genre are relatively accessible for teachers, whatever they're teaching, whatever subject area, even if they're not language teachers, it's fairly straightforward. And similarly for register degrees of technicality, the text more or less personal, more or less abstract is fine. Some appraisal, some cohesion kinds of things are straightforward. What's frightening, at least for English speakers, is grammar for some reason. They're completely phobic about grammar. If they're studying mathematics or physics or chemistry, they'll learn hundreds of terms, no problem. And when it comes to language, they just get in a panic once it's more than 6 or 7 terms. So I guess that's one experience people have had, starting at the top and gradually introducing terms and maybe never really doing too much grammar work. And the genre register and discourse semantic work can be very, very powerful in a curriculum that's based on genre and with a particular kind of pedagogy, which Gishin illustrated for you today. That kind of pedagogy works very well. The other thing to think is that you're introducing the terminology the way it was being introduced as Guy showed you. You're not giving a lecture on the terminology, you're not giving a lesson on the terminology. You let the terminology arise out of work on whole texts, and most texts are going to create a difficulty or a problem for students somewhere or other, and other texts are going to use a resource over and over again, and maybe you choose your text because they have a problem, or you choose the text because there's something that this text relies on over and over. In the grammar book, we chose a text that was very descriptive and relied on relational clauses in Korean existential clauses and attributive clauses, which are very different in Korean from English and are going to cause problems if English is the interlanguage. And so we thought, okay, we'll show how to deal with a text that's throwing those things in your face and there's no way of avoiding it and it's very different from English and you've got to learn to do something else. And we are suggesting there that using the pedagogy that Guy illustrated, that some meta-language is going to be helpful when a language is so different from your own. And then also remember that you're going through a term, you know, you lesson after lesson after lesson, there's room and scope for introducing the terminology gradually at your discretion as a teacher in terms of what you think is helping your students and where that needs to go. But I can't give you a set answer. I think you will have to try to work that out as English teachers in a Korean context in terms of what kind of fear and panic your students have when technical terms about language are used. English speakers go hysterical when it comes to grammar terms, but discourse semantics, register genre is all fine. Another strategy people use is multimodality. For some reason, people are perfectly happy to talk about the grammar of images. No problem, happy to do that. Grammar of language, no. Grammar of images, fine. So some people have used images as a starting point to introduce metafunctions and quasi-transitivity structures and textual structures, and then go, you know, language does this too. Sort of seems the wrong way around, but it's another strategy. That's enough for me.
I think maybe Yegan would be a better person, but I have a kind of sort of impressionistic, I might be wrong, but that does have a very strong presence among school teachers, like SFL associations. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah. So like English teachers, they seem to have a very strong associations, like SFL associations. There may be another way of pursuing this sort of thing. I don't know. Yegan is president of SFL Association in Australia. So.
Yes, I think I agree with Guy here. Well, both Guy and Carl, Jim. Firstly, there's a in terms of how to use technicality and teach it. SFL is very big, like all linguistic theories, but SFL is bigger than most. There's something that Carl Mayton says very regularly to people who ask what to use at any time, and he says, only use as much theory as you need for your problem and that your audience can handle. And I think that's very similar for when you're teaching students. Rather than trying to introduce all of the technicality of SFL, as Guy showed in the example he was talking about in teaching, you just introduce what you need there and then so that your students can understand. And there's no need to introduce anymore. But yes, to your second point about, you know, SFL is relatively new in Korea and how to build more broadly. I think having events like this is a really important feature. So in this sense, congratulations to the organisers for bringing people together. But then making a point of finding some teachers and finding some scholars who are very interested in developing it in Korea and holding little workshops, holding little events and days, working with teachers and building from there. It can start very small, only a few people, but if you have things regularly, where you meet regularly and you discuss regularly, you try out things, then it builds as you go all the way through. And that's how it's developed in Australia, at least. Groups of teachers, groups of scholars come together and gradually meet weekly, fortnightly, yearly, or whatever, and it gets bigger and bigger. So I think that'd be a way to go.
Okay, I think time's up now. So we've used up all the time allotted for the discussion. So last, I'd like to express my appreciation to all the presenters and all the participants for your valuable contributions. And I think today's presentation and discussion will definitely contribute to understanding the key concept in SFL better and advancing the application of the concept in various fields. Anyway, thank you very much, presenters and participants. Thank you.